Here we go.
You really think you have a chance against us, Mr. Cowboy?
Hey, motherfucker. What do you like to do?
Oh, I don't know. Play chess. Screw.
Well, let's play chess.
They give off to Jonathan Taylor. Jump cutting his way close to the goal line. He's in there. Touchdown. I-N-D-Y. Jonathan Taylor.
Wheeler finds Clark from the logo.
Here's Hallebertton into the front court. Mishandled it, but gets a shot. Hits it. Hits it.
John, I have never been better to be on the air with you here in Indianapolis, a place where so many of my dreams have come true.
The Ride with JMV on 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
I don't know about you, but I'm feeling hellaciously awesome right now. I really am. Just a block away from Gainbridge Fieldhouse, where later on tonight you will get game number 6. And finally for me, what is a true must-win situation. And none of the dorks or the nerds or the geeks out there can just say, well, wait a minute, I just ran the numbers, and this is not a must. This is an absolute JMV must-win, and we get to celebrate this at the downtown location of one of our favorite destinations, the District Tap. We are here just a block away. In fact, this is going to be so good, so fun, so epic here with our friends from Michelob Ultra that we're going to be here on the air until 8 o'clock tonight. Until 8 o'clock, we go. Now, I think in the 6 o'clock hour, Matt Taylor and Casey Valier will have to give us a Colts update, which I completely understand. But for the most part, it is right here, and we concentrate on what is going to be a Game 6, because I'll be damned if I want to see a celebration from another team on the home hardwood of Gainbridge Fieldhouse. That is reserved for the home team. If you want to celebrate, then, maybe you do it back in OKC on Sunday night. But I am looking for the Pacers to push this to the distance. I am looking for the Pacers to, at least at this point in time, shut a lot of people up. And we'll see. A lot of them I just passed on the way here, by the way, too. A lot of them are on their way over there, and I passed them. Hey, how you doing? At any rate, Tyrese Hallebertton. Now, the latest from Shams was that he has every intention in performing coming up later on tonight. And we'll get into that. There is so much to get into regarding that. And as I mentioned yesterday, I'm not so worried about what might be a longer-term effect from it, like more of an injury, because we've heard all these stories, the Durant stories, what happened to Tatum, what happened to Lillard, what happened to me last night. I mean, these are all long-term situations that I am not worried at all about Tyrese Hallebertton. My concern is the Hallebertton that you're going to get, where we know he's worthy, we know he is good, but at all, if any of his game is compromised, the effect that could have on this game. Because it's not like OKC is going to go, well, wait a minute, you know what, this guy's not quite right. He's clearly not 100%, so let's go ahead and take it easy on him. They're going to come at him even harder. Dort's going to come at him even harder later on tonight. So what might that end up looking like? I mean, is it going to be for a short time, extended period of time? Is it going to be exactly how he looks out there? Because it's going to be the same old, incredibly well-rounded offensively and defensively OKC squad you're going to see in Game 6. They would maybe rather celebrate at home, but I think they would rather go ahead and win it right here. I don't think they would celebrate anyway. They'd probably celebrate in Springfield, Missouri on the way home if they wanted to. They don't care where it's going to be. They just want to end that later on tonight, much like the Pacers want to extend it to a decisive Game 7 coming up on Sunday. But regarding Hallebertton, that's what concerns me the most, just how he is going to look. Because in fairness here, you go back to game number 5, and it wasn't going well for him even prior to what I guess has, in some circles, been described as a re-aggravation. So it wasn't going great anyway. And this team in OKC can do a number on you. And you don't want to see that coming up later on tonight. So that's my major concern right here. I just feel, and I know you've been down this path before, and I understand your concerns. I understand the reason behind your worry is because you've seen, a strained calf turn into more with Oladipo. You've seen certain situations where you think everything's going to be okay injury-wise. I don't know if there has been a market in America. And believe me, every market deals with it. Every fan base deals with it. But I don't know if there is a market fan base in America that has dealt with more significant injury questions over the past 10 years than you guys have. So it would stand to reason that you feel the way that you feel right now. So I do get that. This doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I certainly understand why you feel the way that you do. If you heard Rick Carlisle on the morning show yesterday morning, you heard him talk about, again, as we know, all hands are going to be on deck for this bad boy coming up later on tonight. We'll see how that goes, how long you stick with guys compared to, rotationally speaking, what is normalcy for you, how long you decide to go ahead and change something up right here. I'll give you a great example. It is at 33, it is such an important thing for, I guess as you guys put it, my boy, your boy, to knock down some perimeter threes, to step into a three, go 1, 2, 3, release, and knock it down. As I've stated in the past, he fits this offense, he fits this team perfectly. Now, when it's a square peg and a round hole, you guys think it's about rebounding. You guys would be wrong. It's about being able to stretch that defense and giving that scoring punch from distance and creating offensively for this team a very difficult matchup. And when you saw OKC go back to the big lineup, I think a little bit that's what you were hoping. Whether it was going to be Holmgren or it was going to be Hartenstein, you were hoping that that could really stretch them, no pun intended right here, a little bit, and he has been unable to do it because, for lack of a better description, from distance he's been absolutely broke as a joke. That has to change later on tonight. There are a lot of things that have to change. That has to change. Being secure, being strong with the basketball. I know easier said than done. I say it all the time, and you're going to say, well, you're not playing out there against that pressure, D. Yeah, well, that's why I'm not making $20 million a year. If I were good against it, I would be. No, seriously, that has to be such a significant priority. And that's where it starts. Think about game number 1 for a minute. They sidestepped, turning the ball over 24 times, and only gave up 11 points off of turnovers. What was it, like 30 plus, I think, with the 22 times they gave it away in game number 5. So you look at the turnovers, and some of those live ball turnovers, those are the ones you don't survive. They did that in game number 1. And I got into a bit of a debate, a bit of an argument about that after game number 1. I felt, and I gave credit where credit is due, I thought when they turned it over, they hustled ass back and provided some defensive resistance. Now, others would maintain that a lot of those turnovers happened that weren't of the, and this is kind of like a buzz term now that all the dorks use, the live ball variety. So it wasn't the live ball situation, so OKC couldn't take off and run with it. Whatever the case, they just did not take advantage in game number 1, they being the Thunder, what they normally do. And, man, you saw exactly what they're capable of doing defensively and turning you over in game number 5. They turned it over, going the other direction, and they'll ding you with the 3. They'll get to the basket with an and 1. They'll finish at the rim. They can do it in a variety of areas, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to have this guy out there as a starter because their bench guys did it as well. Both Wiggins you saw and Wallace you saw, 7 threes between them. Something else that I'll factor into cannot take place. You have to find a way to minimize what they normally get out of bench production. And you were happy with the 2 points and the 1 of 8 from the floor with Alex Caruso in game number 5, but you had to be unhappy with the 7 made threes between Wallace and Wiggins in game number 5. Because when you have 2 dudes when you have Williams and you have Gilgeous-Alexander going for 40 and 31 respectively, you can't give up that bench production. Factor this in, too. You gave up 40, and you gave up 31 to two guys. Now, the area in which OKC was not good, they're big guys. Holmgren and Hartenstein really gave very little in that game. So to make an outburst with a duo like that survivable, you have to minimize everybody else. And they did that in the big man category. Dort banked in a three, but off the bench, you had 11 made threes, and I would make an argument that each of those threes seemed to be in a key situation. And I'll give you these key situations. One was when the Pacers were making a run. The Pacers were on a run, grabbed some momentum, and then all of a sudden you get a wide-ass open step into three-point look out of one of those guys, and they make it. Or it was just kind of adding on, or as we like to say, piling on. The Thunder were piling on the lead, and they get out, and they turn you over, and they're out on the break, and they spread out. They run the lanes. They get out on the wing, and again step into a wide-open three. So, ideally, you don't want to give up 40 and 31. Don't get me wrong. No coach is going to tell you that. No analyst should tell you that. But I would explain that there were moments when you felt like Game 5 for the Pacers would be survivable, even giving up that much production from two guys, until guys off the bench did what they did and put up 7 threes. And it's not even so much the points. It's just the high volume of three-point makes. And, again, the timely nature in which they made those baskets, you can't have it. That, simply put, cannot happen. I would love to see them come out later on tonight and be that much better defensively against both Williams and Gilgeous-Alexander. But more so than anything else, if you're going to give up to a highly productive duo a lot of what they normally do, especially guys that are hot and staying hot right now, you cannot give up the layers of production that you gave up in game number 5 to others. Did a great job against the bigs. Now, I don't know if that was the defensive mentality there, or I don't know if that was just, well, you know what, not everybody in the world can score every single time. Maybe it was just because of the volume of both Williams and Gilgeous-Alexander and then what they got with those two guys off the bench as well. But simply put, that cannot happen later on tonight. And we have rarely seen two things. We've rarely seen an extended offensive push and or run by the Pacers. That has to change tonight. I think what normally is called a groove. Some would call it a zone, but I'll call it a groove. You have seen it for flashes. You have seen it from moments, but you have not seen it. What's up, Billy? The entirety of the time. An extended momentum period for this team is essential for survival later on tonight. And I would call upon what took place in game number 3. And that was giving back the style to the Thunder that they are so used to giving to others and then putting down others. We saw OKC when they were taking a dose of their own medicine in the fourth quarter of game number 3, you saw them become vulnerable. And it's almost like what we saw from the Thunder in reversing that in both game number 4 and really in game number 5 as well. I think you could factor that in. But more of the example, because of the level of disappointment in the fourth quarter of game number 4, you saw the Thunder reverse that in the fourth quarter of game number 4. You know, the Pacers had been historically in this postseason, the team that comes from behind, the team that is resilient, that fights until the end and overtakes you down the stretch and you get tired. That's the way OKC looked in game number 3 at the end. Unfortunately, that's the way the Pacers looked at the end of game number 4. And in large part, I think you saw that because of the high volume of turnovers. You cut that lead in game number 5 to 2. And then what happens? You come down. Williams knocks down a 3 after, I think, a couple of offensive rebounds right there as well. So he steps into a 3, takes it back to 5. Pacers come back down the floor. Andrew Nembhard, that had an absolute nightmarish game that cannot take place later on tonight either, turned the ball over. And that's one of those so-called live ball turnovers that started the break for OKC. And then they're on the break, and they're good, and all of a sudden the lead's back up to 7. Rick's calling a timeout to try to settle things down. And that was the turn of the game that ultimately cost the Pacers right there. All that work. And you would also argue all that work getting back in each and every time, there's also wear and tear on this Pacer group as well. You get all the way back, and then OKC has had that extra burst when you do get all the way back to, again, stretch the distance. And that can be, for professionals, no matter what level you play, that can be a demoralizing factor. It just simply can. All of which cannot play a role. I will say this. Say on Sunday, because I'm assuming I'll probably do something on Sunday, if, again, there is a forcing to a decisive Game 7. I think you just go and you let everything fly at OKC on Sunday night, if that's the key. You let everything go. Just cut her loose, and whatever happens, happens. There's nobody going to be buying your resistance on Sunday. But you have to mount a stand here tonight. I mean, all these cliches about protecting your home hardwood or your home field or guarding the fort. I think that's like a Purdue Fort Wayne reference right there. Those references really do all apply. That's what has to happen later on tonight. Significant resistance in all areas. And then, if you're lucky enough, the good fortune prevails and you win and you force that decisive Game 7. Let's face it. I mean, even right now to a degree, but without question, if the Pacers were able to push this to the limit, nobody out there, except for people around here, felt that was going to happen. As I mention all the time, half the people I passed on the sidewalk going to the field house just started watching the Pacers like a week and a half ago. Oh, yeah, by the way, this team, yeah, okay. So nobody felt that would take place. And then I think all the other cliches apply with that as well. The cliches like it's all gravy, it's all house money, all that bull crap we hear all the time. Sunday, that would apply for the Pacers. Tonight, you got to protect your own. Protect your valuables. And your valuables, the home hardwood, Gainbridge Fieldhouse, not celebrating in Gainbridge Fieldhouse if you're anybody but the Pacers. Fan base has got to come out. I'm very interested to see how many Thunder fans infiltrate the facility coming up later on tonight. But, I mean, this is something where when Rick Carlisle talks about all hands on deck, my friends, he's talking about your asses too. He's talking about you guys too. He's talking about everybody out there in unison. Granted, they have to give you a reason to believe. But at the same time, you have to help exploit that. And let us note that so far in this series, all the crowd noise conversation has in large part been described as ownership of the Thunder. And take that for what it's worth. I know how loud it is in there, but that's the way that it has been described at this point. All right, a lot of things and a lot more I'll get to. We have a list that will be on this show over the course of the afternoon. I don't have it before me right now, but I think because I go 5 hours until 8 o'clock, most of the time we just kind of put out a little bit of a bat signal right here. And if people stop by, have time to stop by, we embrace that. If you don't, we understand that. But we have more than just a casual conversation on what is, let's just face it, the most important game to date right now that we have seen. You can argue game number 4 was that, but game number 4 was 2 games ago now. Most important game we've seen in this place to date takes place later on tonight, even if that is to bridge the gap to get you to that next step in that decisive game number 7 on Sunday. And certainly that is going to be the hope. All right, 239-1070 is the number. I've got room for you over the course of the afternoon. In fact, I cannot wait to see you. Dev is the on-site engineer. James is back at the studio, the District Tap. We are downtown. We are at the intersection of Meridia and Georgia. Meridian in Georgia. We're with Michelob Ultra, and we would love to see you over the course of the afternoon be here. Because this is where we're going to party. Much like we did at Pivot last week, this is going to be your party destination location. I realize how that turned out, but honestly, you can't think like that. You got to think about this happening and happening later on tonight. What did I say? I referenced that Dennis DeYoung song of the 80s, Don't Let It End. Don't let it end this way. You do not want to see it end this way. The final home game of the 2024-2025 Pacers season, again, which has been spectacular. So why not extend it? I'm not ready to release of what has been a great season. And that's not an excuse. That is not a pat on the back for not getting a championship done or anything like that. That is, truth be told, as solid as you can get. This has been among the most outstanding seasons, my favorite team of all time, but one of the most outstanding seasons we have ever seen. We'll soak that up when the season is over. Yet another reason why you don't want that to end coming up later on tonight. All right, 239-1070 is the number. Email address is jmv@1075thefan.com. AAA Membership Lounge via YouTube Live. I'm seeing you all right here. Thank you for the shout-outs. I Hallebertton myself last night. I don't know to what degree, or I guess I should say what grade, Dr. Robertson got a hold of me, orthopedic surgeon last night, and I'm on the inbound coming up tomorrow to find out. And a lot of you are speculating, did I take one for the team? Did I do that? No. Here's what happened. You have a 55-year-old reckless dumbass that tries to do absolutely everything and is incredibly stubborn about absolutely everything. And he sprints his way right into, which I don't think it's an Achilles tear, but it's either a calf tear or a calf strain. And by the way, it is the right calf. So I am booted up. I slept in this bad boy tonight. I'm walking around in it right now. But that not is all is not going to deter me for having one hell of an afternoon with you right here. Nothing's going to do that. Yeah, not even a potential calf tear or strain or an Achilles injury or whatever. Shout out to Josh Mullins. That's Braylon's dad, by the way, that said, I'm not going to see you in Greenfield anytime soon. I am known as this, a very quick healer. That's why I've always kind of wanted to spread my juices among those that need the healing process right then and right now. I know that sounds gross, but it's true. I'm a very quick healer. So I'll be back, Josh, lickety, ready to rock and ready to roll. And there's going to be no retirement. I'll retire when I'm dead, which may be tomorrow, but it sure as hell not right now. So we'll retire when I'm dead. But thanks for the shout-out. Dr. Robertson, thank you very much for checking in last night. You have a lot of other things going on in your world, but the fact you checked in with me last night and Brendan, who called me earlier today, thank you guys very much for that. I mentioned a loaded show for you. Eddie Gill's going to join us a little bit later on. Chris Denery is going to join us a little bit later on. And this is for all the dorks and the nerds out there that for some reason – I got dragged in. And I will say this, Alex Golden was kind enough to send me an apologetic text earlier today for dragging me into this world of dorks and nerds arguing about why they don't like Evan Sidery, because so many of you have been so stupid to me. I have booked him for 4 o'clock today just for you jackasses. Evan Sidery joins me at 4, and this one's for all you dorks out there. So soak that up at 4 o'clock, dorks. And the other thing is, don't be telling me who I can and have on this. You all right? Don't be telling me that. So this one's for you. Evan Sidery is going to join this show at 4 o'clock. And it's not a lot, but it's a handful of dorks and nerds and pipsqueaks. Evan Sidery at 4 o'clock for you guys. Meanwhile, I do appreciate Alex Golden. I didn't appreciate him dragging me into this world of nerdery here, but I do appreciate the fact that he was kind enough to apologize for it. And by the way, too, if Alex wants to stop by during the game, James, Alex can stop by during the game. And if one of you dorks want to stop by, you dorks are also welcome here. So please, But know this to be true, Evan Sidery is for you guys coming up here at 4 o'clock. Cannot wait. From Forbes and more, Evan Sidery for all you nerds out there coming up at the 4 o'clock hour. This is the place to be. Michelob Ultra, the epic party for the pregame of game number 6 at the District Tap in the shadow of Cambridge Fieldhouse, just a block away. Thank you all for joining us. The stream, the app, it's HD Radio. It is the AAA Membership Lounge via YouTube Live. Do not go anywhere because we're just getting started. 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. Back with you next.
Sandwich of Dr. Pepper. Make it fast. I'm in a damn hurry.
93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
He has every intention of playing tonight. Unless there's some kind of a setback there, if he shows some signs where the medical team has to come in and step in and say, listen, we can't throw you out there, but he's fully intending to be out there tonight. He's going to gut it out. I would expect him to have some padding on that calf, but listen, it's a calf strain, so he's definitely got to be careful. But as long as he can get out there, I would expect Tyrese Hallebertton to try to play tonight.
Shams ESPN a little bit earlier. Nathaniel, thank you for that soundbite. James back at the studio. Dev's here, the on-site engineer. I am John at the District Tap with Michelob Ultra in front of game number 6 here at Meridian and Georgia. We're just getting started. I'm here until 8, and we're going to have guests. James said it best in my ear a moment ago. He said, you know what, we're loaded with guests. We just don't know where and when as of yet. That's good. I should say who and when as of yet. So whomever wants to slide by and join, we certainly would love to have you here. 239-1070 is the number. This may be a good time for you guys to check in regarding tonight's game number 6. I gave you my thoughts a little bit earlier. By the way, Stephanie White, personal reasons, not with the Fever tonight on the bench. The Fever in Golden State, as the Fever are out west. The Valkyries of Golden State coming up, and no Stephanie White for personal reasons, as that was announced a little bit earlier today. You heard the Shams report regarding Tyrese Hallebertton. We're going to get the official news, and I will tell you this. The official news is one thing regarding Halliburton's participation tonight, but the most official, will be how, if indeed he does participate, how he looks. How he looks and the effect that he has on the game. Because you just don't want a dude that's running around out there. You understand, and you want to be there. I mean, it would get at you. A game of this magnitude, imagine. This is why these dudes play and work at it. I mean, we all think we work at stuff. We have no idea what real work is about. These guys do. So you know his desire to be out there. But there also should be a pacer desire to make sure that it has the most profound effect positively for the Pacers. You can't have it working against you. Not at all. All right, 239-1070 is that number. I mentioned some time for you guys to jump on board. I think Jacob's going to do so to start here. Hello, Jacob. How are you?
Yes, sir. Let's go, Pacers.
You're feeling pretty good about this. All right, this game 6, Jacob, I take. Correct?
Yeah. Jacob, I'm here in Indy. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to come by and see you out on the road, but I'm stoked. It's a bummer about Hallebertton's calf, but we got the depth. Everyone's been saying how deep we are on the bench, so now it's time to show up and show out.
Jacob, there's a little question about that. My brother, what else you got?
Oh, I'm just a big Matherin fan. I've been repping his jersey all postseason. It's his birthday. I don't know who's starting. I assume Halleberton's going to start. If he can't go, I hope he gets some minutes. He needs to tone it down about 3%. He plays a little bit erratically at times, but that's why I love him. He's a dog. He's going to bounce back if he scores 25. Hell, it's his 35th birthday. Or how old is he? 25, 26?
Well, yeah. Somewhere that, I'm telling you, what you're saying, you need the game. You need the game 3, Matherin. And you're right. They need the good, the positive Matherin to pull up tonight. No doubt. No, because if you're already a little bit compromised, Jacob, you can't also take the I'm not on the same plane with everybody else type of Matherin tonight. I mean, you for whatever, hopefully he gets his dynamics right and he's dialed into this, because he is incredibly – the one we saw in game number 3 was so good, and it's not been sniffed since then, and it is necessary. Maybe not certainly to that level. That'd be great. But you can't have the negative effect, Matherin. Much like I just explained, you don't want any negative effect if his health is compromised in Tyrese Hallebertton. So you're right about that.
Right, yeah. I just think he's trying to prove himself too much. He knows he's a star. He's just trying to get more minutes out there, but that is his demise when he tries to prove too much. He's already a good player. Just needs to be under control, and when he drives to the basket, dunk the ball. You're 6'6", 6'7". You don't have to lay it up. Dunk the ball. That's all I say.
Have your wits about yourself a little bit. Jacob, thank you very much for the phone call. I appreciate that. Matt writes this: Hallebertton needs a shot of some of your healing juices. I'll be honest with you. I have something similar going on with my calf. And I'm going to if that dude is rolling around out there after what I went through last night, that sucks. So, he has his own, evidently. I know Josh Corbeil was probably working it. I actually called last night. I go, hey, I called Chad Buchanan. I said, hey, can you send Corbeil over to my house tonight? But seriously, yeah, he is in a much better spot, presumably, right now. Hopefully there is a delivery this evening. Hopefully. Jason writes this: I think it's obvious here that Chris Denery must call the second quarter of radio again tonight to help the Pacers restore order. I don't mind that. Jim Reamer says, mine is a sympathy injury, and Jim Reamer knows that I would stuff his caramel ass in the trash can in about 5 seconds. He knows that to be true. He's just joking, much like I am. Zach writes this: if the Pacers win Game 6, make no mistake, most of the pressure will be on OKC, the winner in Game 7. I'll stop you right there, Zach. I don't even want to think about that right now, because that is like, what the hell might as well territory on Sunday night. Seriously. That is a Mike Damone special. Whatever happens, your toes are still tapping. That's where you are in Game 7. This is the one. This is where pride has to take effect. For a variety of reasons, I'm already concerned that the Fieldhouse is going to be infiltrated with OKC folks looking to celebrate game number 6 here in Indy. You do not want that. Yeah, this is a level of pride, and I think the one thing that you truly got going for you, if you're a Pacer fan, is that in these situations, and I think it was Tyrese Hallebertton that mentioned, there's some kind of poetry in this, because they have been so good in the clutch. They have been so good in terms of their resiliency, and it stacks all up to being able to sustain with that very thing coming up later on tonight. This is it, or that is that. And I talk about pride and all these things we normally throw around like manhole covers, and, we say it, but you really don't know what it's about until you're in it. This is what it's about tonight. This is pride. This is pride to step up to a challenge where most don't believe you have it in you. Now, this is the pride to make sure if there's going to be a celebration, damn straight it's not going to be in your place. District Tap, Michelob Ultra brings us to you on this Thursday prior to game number 6. We've got room for you. We are here until 8 o'clock in what should be an epically wild show with Michelob Ultra. Thank you all for joining us. And Randy is up next at 239-1070. Hello, Randy. How are you?
I'm just fine, JMV. How are you?
Randy, I'm great. I wish I had your voice, though.
I can tell you, the older you get, I'm 65, so the older you get, ball injuries get more and more. That's all I can tell you. Okay?
Now, you're talking about basketball, not my sack, right? Ball injury, yeah.
Exactly.
Because I'm also I'm concerned about that area sometimes too. Truth be told, yeah. Randy, I'm gonna say this: you sound like a badass in an old school western right here. I have a great deal of admiration for that voice, Randy. You got rocking.
All right. I'm just I called to say that the only time I've seen the Pacers really get super physical was Game 3. And I think 3 of their starters got 2 fouls in the first quarter. Okay, and we won Game 3, but it was because of the physicality that they came out with. And they just wasn't, when they fouled, they let them know they got fouled. And I think if they come out tonight and play that way, and when they do make a foul, they get physical and let them know that they're there physically, then they're going to be all right.
Yeah, a lot of things, Randy. Thank you for the call, too, and thank you for listening. There's a lot of things to be overcome. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I mentioned this analogy before. It's like the old school Etch-a-Sketch. Remember the Etch-a-Sketch? You know, you write something on it, and then, hey, I want to do something different, and you just kind of pull up the plastic, and, you know, it's all new. It's a blank canvas, if you will. That's what this has to be tonight. Because you've got memories, certainly, to win 2 games that are great. But recent history, you know, most of game number 5, and certainly just a dissolving, chaotic, disappointing fourth quarter back on Friday night in game number 4. There are some demons you need to exercise here. And in sports, especially in basketball, I mean, you can do that with productive play. And that's what this Pacers team, you have to overcome that too. And think about this team. I mentioned this. In 3 games in Oklahoma City during the NBA Finals, they've turned the ball over 61 times. Most of you that played high school basketball didn't turn it over 61 times in your career. Some of you out there that washed the laundry for high school basketball didn't see those guys turn it over 61 times. I mean, this is, especially with a team that's normally really good at ball protection or ball security, being strong with it, that has been faulty. And really, it's funny, you go back to game number 1, and you're fortunate to sidestep that because you did not have the points off of turnovers that OKC normally translates to. But you did have that in game number 5, and that buried you. Absolutely buried you. So there are some mountains, if you will, that they have to conquer in this game number 5. I think this is absolutely going to be epic. The one thing you do know, when they get on a heater inside their own building, they're tough as hell. And that's the other thing. We really haven't seen that other than the fourth quarter in game number 3. I guess maybe the first 3 quarters you felt pretty good. In that third quarter, you know, after Obi had, the dunk? You know, up until Obi went to the free throw line and missed those couple, you kind of had and felt that heater going on then. But, you know, we're used to, with this team, a level of more sustained success. And because of OKC on a variety of levels, you just haven't seen that. We're still kind of waiting on that. Game number 6 coming up later on tonight. Got you covered, the District Tap with Michelob Ultra. Thank you for joining us. We'll get back to you on the other side. Evan Sidery, friend of mine and friend of this show, going to join us coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Denery, JJ, Eddie Gill. You got a thumbs up from Tony East. James, you know yet how to define a thumbs up from Tony East? What's that mean? Maybe or not or what? What's that mean?
I'm going to assume and hope for the best that means he's coming by.
That's an assumption by James that the thumbs up means he's coming by. All right, Jen. I'll take a ice-cold Michelob Ultra drink right there. Let's see. I get back with you guys coming up in just a minute. That's where the party is. Pre-game show until 8 o'clock, basically, right here. And then the real pre-game show with Pat Boylan. Mark Boyle and Eddie Gill takes over at that point in time. Game 6, Thunder and Pacers, a must-win for the blue and gold. Tyrese Hallebertton, according to Shams, is thinking he is going to participate. We'll find something at least concrete with his participation, and then we'll see it if he indeed does play. But something concrete over the course of the late afternoon right here. The District Tap downtown. We're at the corner of Meridian and Georgia with Michelob Ultra on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
JMV.
This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?
93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Hey, welcome back. The District Tap Michelob Ultra brings it to you. I'm already down. How many ounces are in this glass? I'm already down this many ounces so far. I'm feeling pretty good about it right now. I'm going to hang in there until 8 o'clock. Really good thing about what's happening right now with my calf situation is I better not even say that. That may get me in trouble. I don't need to be in trouble. Hey, this reminder, the Hoosier Lottery and me, we want to add more play to your day. I've got your chance to win. $50 scratch-off prize pack with the Hoosier Lottery coming up a little bit later on. I've got a trivia question yet to be determined that I shall throw out to you, and we'll get a winner. The $50 scratch-off gift pack courtesy of the Hoosier Lottery coming up a little bit later on. Jerry Seinfeld tickets for his show at the Mural National Center coming up in November. Got that for you. And, James, do not let me forget, I got to get 3 more signees for that opportunity at that PXG golf driver I'm giving away, courtesy of our friends at Pennzoil. Scott McLaughlin and Jake Knapp also have signed the box that it comes in. I've been told that this PXG driver adds, at the very least, 350 yards to your drives. That's what I've been told. We'll give that away coming up on Friday. DistrictTap.com, Michelob Ultra joins us with you. Hopefully we see you a little bit later on. Paul is up next today at 239-1070. Paul, welcome to the show. How are you?
Hey, how you doing? I got to come back with you and Jake. I owe you from Bob Dylan tickets. Get you some beers and a couple of ribeyes. But I wanted to say on Hallebertton, I take, because I got that plactoid psoriasis, which is basically, if I kick up like I'm doing a football, I'm fine, but I raise my knee up, I need to play basketball more. But I was saying, like, for Hallebertton, if he would just take, I take these magnesium and B12. Now, if you take too many B12s, I think it's time with, it's got 3,000 in each pill. But if you take 20,000 or something, it might make you take a poop, but it'd be great for his legs, and I know that's his calf. And that's what I got, the problem with me. But if he would take that, I should have told about Jake. I could have went down by the CVS and maybe picked him up some of that stuff. But that's just, basic vitamins. But that might help him out, with what he's got going. And, no, I got to come back and get you and Jake some stuff. Hope the Pacers kick their butt this weekend and get with you guys and get some other work out. My leg's getting better, so I'll get that going. But I want Pacers and kick ass, and I'll get you and Jake some stuff, and hopefully Hallebertton will be great. I wish I could. I'll try and get him some vitamins and stuff. Maybe that'll help him out. But hope the Pacers kick ass, and down at District Tap sounds great, man. So you guys have a good one, and I got to get you some, bring you some goodies, and hopefully the Pacers kick butt tonight. You guys take care.
Paul, that's the greatest call. The greatest call, thank you, brother, of all time. I was just, James, waiting for Paul to run out of gas right there, but my man was still going strong. I'm sorry, I love that. I just let that go because Paul is a tremendous caller. So something about my B12 and taking a poop or something. So I think that's what I'm all for it. Yeah, bring down the goodies. I'm all about goodies, Paul. Quick break, we'll come back. For all you dorks out there that have been on me for the past 2 days because of whatever reason, Evan Sidery is going to join us next. For you dorks, you pipsqueaks, nobody that wants him on here, people telling me what I should do with guests, you can smooch my rear end because Evan Sidery is going to join us next. District Tap downtown. Game 6 with the Pacers and the Thunder. It's a must-win, a block from the field house with Michelob Ultra on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
The Ride with JMV.
Oh, wait just a minute. Didn't anybody knock anymore?
93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
My good man Calvin Fitch just came over here from Moondrops. My guys from Moondrops are over there. And he said, we have a discussion at the table here at the District Tap downtown. Best Bill Paxton movie. I said Weird Science. You know, with Chet, Weird Science is the best right there. Mine's You Make Yourself One. Blank Weed is always pretty good right there for me. I like that. I like good quotes in there. I love when she calls him Chip and not Chet. I didn't think it was a whale's blank, honey. It's a Pershing missile, Chip. Yeah, I think that's it. Well done. Hey, District Tap, Michelob Ultra brings us to you downtown. Game 6 on the inbound tonight. I'll take you until 8 o'clock. Got a lot of stuff for you, too. A lot of guests going to be on the show. Devs, the engineer, James back in the studio. I will, and I mean, hell, I don't know if you get them all together. What's up? Hey, you better get on here. Yeah, go ahead and come over. Go get around that right there. You go. There you go, brother. Or you can't. Hell, I don't know. I'm directing right here. Dev's going, no, you go and sit down. But I have seen a lot of OKC gear. And that's exactly what I expected because they think there's a title going to be won in the field house tonight. By God, got to have a little pride. On the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline, I will say this. For everybody, for whatever reason, I got dragged into a great deal of nerdery yesterday that I didn't want to be a part of. And then a lot of these dorks are still sending stuff to me on X. For all those of you that have told me that I shouldn't and I can't and why am I and I'm a fraud for having a guy that I like a great deal on, I don't give a fat crap how you feel, to be honest, you dorks and nerds out there. So go ahead and roust about outside among yourself right here because of you, I'm going to bring on the show Evan Sidery of Forbes and more to talk game number 6 later on tonight. You know, I don't want you to say anything, but I am so sick and damn tired of all these dorks that are on my X handle right here. So the fact that they sent all that to me even solidified why I wanted to have you on again. So
it's trolling. It's the social media era. I mean, it doesn't really.
Yeah, well, I'm going to troll back, and I've got a radio signal to troll back, and that's how I handle it, too. A radio signal and an X handle. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, I didn't want to be dragged into it in the first place, and it was really stupid, and I was pissed off about that. And this is even more pissing me off right now. So welcome to the show, Evan. How are you?
Appreciate it, John.
All right, what do we start about later on tonight here? I've given a lot of variables on the expectation. I guess first things first, because I see it right across the street here. Seems to be a lot of Thunder jerseys rolling around downtown right now.
I just walked about half a mile from where I'm at, and I spotted about 10 or 12 Thunder fans and about 20 or so Pacers fans. So probably about a 60-40 split so far. I
have kind of wondered about, and I kind of noticed it too. This is one of the things you can kind of gauge the pulse of fans and social media and around here. And I think there was a deflation in the fourth quarter of Game 4 that became even more so at the end of Game number 5. Kind of, there's no way they're going to do it. And I've seen a lot of bailing. And a lot of these people, I'm tough this and tough that, and they're not tough. And, they're the first ones to bail. And I think we're seeing that a little bit right here with the Thunder fans in town.
Yeah, and I think the Tyrese injury puts an especially big blow on top of that, too, where you lose in that heartbreaking fashion where, man, if they close that one out, go up 3-1, all the pressure's on OKC in Game 5. Even if you lose like the way you did in Game 5, you're still feeling confident. I think the city's buzzing if it's 3-2 back in Indiana tonight. Just unfortunate the way it's gone, and hopefully you see a Game 7 on Sunday. But
yeah, I mean, if you think about the way that it had gone down, if it was 3-2 and still a chance, you're right. There's much less of a buzzing going on right now.
Yeah,
it seems.
It's pretty quiet so far, but we'll see. A couple more hours.
I said this about Tyrese Hallebertton. I'm not so much worried about, what could happen in terms of a Tatum or a Lillard or what we've seen in the past with Durant. I'm worried about the impact or lack thereof, because I'm assuming Rick Carlisle is going to have a very short clock, rotationally speaking, on guys that aren't getting it done. And I'm all for him playing, but if he is compromised to the point to where his ineffectiveness is like it was in game number 5, I think we're talking detrimental to the rest of the group right here. How do you view that?
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how it goes in the first 5 minutes. It's going to tell us just an awful lot about how they're going to use him, because if he's on ball a lot, if he's setting the offense up, I think he's pretty good. I think he's looking pretty healthy. But if you see a lot of Nembhard setting up the offense, if he's more off the ball in the first 5 minutes, he's just going to be a catch and shoot guy the whole night. And I don't know if that's really going to be a guy. Would you rather have a compromised Tyrese Halliburton that's not going to give you much passing-wise on top of just shooting, or do you want like a Ben Shepherd out there for an additional guy who just got removed from the rotation in the last game? Do you put him back in for a guy like Tyrese?
So let's just say, I mean, if he doesn't play, which all signs right now do point to, including a Shams report that he does.
Play. Yeah, he's playing.
Yeah, so he's definitely going to play. But let's just say he is compromised to a degree where it is detrimental. Who gets the majority of those minutes? I mean, is it going to be McConnell, who is known as the short burst guy? We know that to be true because he goes hard ass in short bursts, but is that something that's sustainable? And is it more sustainable because this is a one-and-done situation, and there is no tomorrow if you lose, so what the hell?
I mean, in a situation like this where it's win or go home, your season's on the line, the crowd's behind you, the energy, you hope's there. I mean, this seems like a TJ game, right? This feels like a game where you can play TJ and Nembhard together a lot in this game. I think that's where you can see a lot of playmaking, a lot of scoring between those two guys. And so far this season, throughout his career, we've seen it when Nembhard is a primary playmaker. He's a 20-10 kind of guy when the ball's in his hands. He can get anywhere he wants in the court. He's more aggressive when the ball's in his hands like that, too. So I think he's a real key X factor tonight's Andrew Nembhard. I think he's due for a big game. He's been slumping lately. But also McConnell, too. I think playmaking-wise, McConnell's got to play at least 25, 30 minutes for a compromised Hallebertton.
He is Evan Sidery with us on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. District Tap, Michelob Ultra brings us to you. A little bit closer to the, move that close, move it closer. A little bit closer. There you go, brother. Right there. There you go. So I was thinking about this in terms of this team and turning over the basketball. Somebody had asked me about that 22 times in game number 5. You go back to game number 1, it was 24 times. They were able to survive that. And points off of turnovers is exactly what OKC normally feasts upon when they win games like that. I've just said the Pacers have to be stronger with the ball. You know, in terms of ball security, people say, how can you do it? What can you do? Is there more high ball screens or more ball screens in general? More flare screens and cuts and passing. I just want to see these guys be stronger with the ball. Is that too simple?
I mean, it's too simple, but it's a winning formula, right? I mean, every time the Pacers have one of those low turnover games, they're always winning the basketball game. So against this Thunder defense, especially, when they're able to play how they are as far as sharing the ball, getting everyone involved, getting facilitation going across the board, and you're keeping it clean, it's a competitive game. If you don't turn the ball over, it's going to be competitive at the end. And this is still a clutch team without Tyrese Halliburton at the end, where if it's within 5 points with 5 minutes to go, you got a good shot in this game, I think, still. So I think that's the key in this game, is keeping it clean on offense, and then also seeing if McConnell or Nembhard can give you that burst that Tyrese won't be able to give you.
Evan, speaking of clean, we have yet to see a longer, what we saw during the rest of the postseason, clean game. I mean, we've seen it in bursts, we've seen it in spurts, but it's not been long-lived. I think that's necessary coming up later on tonight. Are we going to see something for an extended period of time from this team that we're used to seeing, but we have yet to see in this series against the Thunder?
As far as shooting the basketball?
That's both sides of the floor, really. Yeah. I mean, we saw in the fourth quarter a little bit in game number 3. I think you could surmise that. You know, maybe for the first 3 a little bit, especially, you know, midway through the third quarter in game number 4. But, I mean, the longevity of them holding the advantage with momentum has been few and far between, something we're used to seeing. Are we going to see that? I think we have to see that to a degree tonight. Can we expect it?
I think you got to hope for what they call sometimes the magnet ball game, where every shot's going in, where you're shooting 40+% from 3 tonight. You're seeing guys like Shepherd, Nembhard, and Mathurin giving you 2 or 3 threes each. Like, it's going to have to be a group effort like that tonight. And I think your guy Miles is due for a big game tonight. He has to have a big game.
Well, let's talk about Miles.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I'm an expert on 33 right here. And I can tell when 33 is not feeling it, and 33 has not been feeling it. And he goes for 12 and 6, I think, in game number 5, and that's okay. But we have not seen Miles knock down the 3, and we've witnessed this team play at its higher level, and he's doing that. He's stretching the D, stepping into a 3. It's 1, 2, 3, release. We have not seen that so far. I think among the things that are wildly important, I'll start with that.
Yeah, and I think he's gone away for some reason. Maybe it's because he's sick, like that stomach issue he had before.
He's been sped up, Evan. Yeah. I mean, I think the entire routine that he has shooting the three has been sped up. And, again, credit OKC's defense for doing it. But I thought when they went back to the big lineup that was going to be beneficial for him. But it hasn't been.
Yeah, he hasn't matched the physicality. We saw in Game 1 he was super physical with Chet Holmgren. Also in Game 2 where he was really winning on the glass in those matchups. And Chet's really swung it back to him the last couple games. He has to take that force back. And that's the rough part here with Miles. You got to have a big 20 and 10 kind of game. And we haven't seen it in a while.
I think that the three-point make is so important to how good this team is. I think that's every bit as important as Hallebertton going over 20. Every bit as important as the Pacers getting 110 and a win. I think that plays along with how good they are. And then I will also say offensively, when they play at their best, their defense is always better. And it's been a rarity in this series. Again, OKC is really good, but at some point you have to exert your will against them, and either tonight's the night or it's not going to be. Or I'm going to go be seeing Simple Minds on Sunday night at the Ruoff. So, yeah.
What I'm worried about is a compromised Tyrese Halliburton, but also if the shots aren't falling, and you have to imagine OKC's defense is going to be all about Pascal Siakam tonight. He's going to be number one guy defensively, and OKC most every night takes the top guy out. So who's going to be the second guy behind Pascal? If it's not Tyrese, who's it going to be? Is it Mathurin? Yeah. I think it has to be a Mathurin type of game, a Nembhard, a Turner. One of those guys has to have a career type of game tonight, 25 or so points, and they just got to bring it. I mean, this is a game where I think OKC's could come and have a lot of confidence, a lot of OKC fans in the building, too, so we'll see.
So, Evan Sidery on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. We have seen Mathurin exhaust, that really big game. Do you think he has another in him?
The birthday guy, right? I mean, you got to hope the birthday luck's on his side. So
I don't really know. I think it's always kind of a roll of the dice what you're going to get.
Yeah, it is. Him. I think you usually know in the first few minutes, too.
Yeah.
If he's wild, out of control.
On both ends. Mm-hmm. If he stands and complains about a call while the other team's going in a different direction. Yeah, it's one thing. Evan Sidery, again, joins us on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. They turned the ball over 24 times in game number 1. Only gave up 11 points off of turnovers, which was key. No matter how it was done. But you saw in game number 5 how OKC, when they turn you over 22 times, will absolutely swamp you with points off of turnovers. That can't happen. And then I'll factor in something else. If you're going to give up 40 and 31, which is not ideal to the two best players on the floor in this series, you can't give up 7 3-point makes with Wiggins and with Wallace. They did that. I thought that was more of a recipe for disaster than even giving up the 40 and the 31 to the two stars.
Yeah, it is a real big detriment when you have everything like that going together. But speaking of Jalen Williams for a second, he's averaging 32 points per game over the last 3 games. He is dominating every single matchup, whether it be Nesmith, Nembhard, he's just having his way. And when you have more focus now on Jalen Williams, that's less eyes on Shea, and then Shea's going to give you 30. So they're in a tough spot right now. Jalen Williams, he's an inconsistent guy, too. If Jalen Williams is a clunker of a game tonight, and he doesn't help out with Shea. Chet's been pretty quiet offensively, too. If those guys are quiet, I think they have a shot in this one. It just all depends on how the defense functions.
Why sometimes have we seen Pascal Siakam disappear?
I think it's OKC's defense. I think they're doing a really good job against him as far as whenever he gets the ball in the post, he's getting blitzed relentlessly. 2 or 3 guys on him every single time, whether it's Hartenstein, Chet, Dort's coming on, Caruso. They're not letting him do his little shimmies around the basket like he's known for. Like, that's not been a thing throughout this series.
You think Williams so far is the MVP, or is it Gilgeous-Alexander?
I would say it's Jalen Williams, but I think they're going to give it to Shea, especially if SGA is in their big game tonight. And if they win tonight, I'd probably say it's SGA, but I would say Jalen Williams.
All right, give me a couple of thoughts on what you think takes place later on tonight. So, again, we're all belief that Hallebertton is going to play and give it a go. And we're going to see what we saw in game number 5 out of him and the quick decisions from Rick. I'm assuming that normally you have the rotation clock going. I don't think that's going to apply tonight, is it?
Yeah, I agree. I think the first 5 minutes, like I said, it's going to tell us a lot about Tyrese. If he's out there playing decoy and he's not giving you much as far as lateral movement ability, he's going to be targeted so bad on defense, he's going to get played off the court. That might be what happens in this game, is where he's going to get targeted every single possession.
Well, he's going to be a target just in general, and I think that's even – defensively being more physical with him, because that's one thing, man, the Thunder press the issue like nobody's business.
Oh, Caruso and Dort's blood in the water for them, yeah.
And what do you got? You have brothers Zarba and Guthrie as the officials tonight. I know normally we don't break these guys down, but maybe we should for a moment. I've actually, much to the chagrin of a lot of fans around here, I've really been digging Tony Brothers in the postseason. I think whenever he's had a Pacer game, it's gone pretty well. Mm-hmm. Is this good as far as the officiating crew is concerned tonight? About the best case scenario?
I was kind of hoping for the extender and Scott Foster just for the Pacers to have a little bit of more hope.
But you don't want to get the anti there because he's heard so much about it in the past week. I mean, all of a sudden now you're going to you're going to go anti them, not the extender. See, your team just lost on the home hardwood in game number 6. So I think that getting Brothers in this situation is about as good as it can be. I can't remember the type of whistle he gave them last time out. Do you?
He's been positive towards him. Zarba's been the one that I think Pacers fans have a little bit of an issue with. He's a little more on the negative Pacers side, but we'll see.
What's your thoughts?
I hate to say it, but I think it's going to be over after tonight. I want to say they're going to force Game 7, but I just have a bad feeling. I've heard the same thing that Shams reported today, like 2 or 3 weeks. It's a grade 1 hamstring strain. He's not going to be himself out there for Tyrese Halliburton. If he's going to be significantly compromised, if he's going to be played off the court defensively, I just don't know how McConnell types get played 30 to 35 minutes. Can he hold up for that long? Can Nembhard give you 20 and 10? Like, this is going to be one of those special games where I think everything has to go right. And I think 9 out of 10 could go right, and they still lose this game. So,
well, I'm in a boot right now, and I'm just going to go out and take a handful of drugs. Can you not do that? No, I'm gonna play on Sunday because I'm gonna take a handful of drugs and say the hell with it. I know it's not the same, but
no,
I guess he can't do that, right? I called Chad Buchanan last night because I wanted Chad Corbeil to come over and check my right calf situation out as well.
Is it a calf? Is it an Achilles?
Oh, it's one of the two right now. I'm gonna do the MRI route. I think either tomorrow or at some point this weekend. But,
so you
nah, man, it's all good though. I get to take a lot more drugs, which suits me greatly.
Like, can you move it at all?
I'll be complete. Like the JMV takeover is going to be so drugged out on Saturday night. It's going to be beautiful. There's no telling what the hell I'm going to play on Saturday night.
Well,
so yeah, it'll be like Sean Copeland somewhere going, "Oh my God!" So we got to get him off the air. But yeah, I'm all good. Last night, run a little floor. That's what happens, man. Sometimes you play, sometimes you pay. What do you got for us?
Hey, you're playing to the whistle. That's what you're doing.
Nah, man. Well, listen, somebody had said, my friend Chris Lehman said a little bit earlier, I think it's time to retire now. I'll retire when I'm dead. I'm not dicking around with any of this stuff, retirement stuff now. We're going hard until we can no longer go. So that's that. What do you got for us?
What I just find interesting nationally right now is no one's, ever since the Game 5 loss, I feel like nationally, no one's talking about the finals anymore. It's just gone super quiet.
It is weird, isn't it?
It is.
I agree with that.
And it's just been all Kevin Durant. And I think a deal gets done by the end of the weekend, but I would say Houston's probably in the lead right now. Minnesota. We'll just watch about the Durant thing. I think that could happen probably by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, I just saw what they did with the head coach. It's funny. I don't want to talk about this just yet because we'll have time to do that afterwards, too. The landscape provides such an opportunity for this Pacer organization right now. And I've tried to tell everybody what gets lost in the shuffle right here is how great of a season this has been and the position this team is in the future here. And especially considering what's going on with Lillard, what's going on with Tatum. You know, Philly's going to go through a transition. Yeah, the Knicks are still going to be the Knicks, but, man, that opportunity is large for them here in the short term especially.
And I want to just real quick talk about the trade that they made a couple days ago because that opens up quietly a lot for this team as far as trades.
What does that do? Explain.
So trading the 2025 pick for the 2026 pick, that now opens up 4 unprotected first-round picks they can trade, 2026 through 2032, which becomes available this summer. You can also add in 3 swaps in 27, 29, 31. So everything's unlocked now. Before it was locked until I believe 27 or 28. But now with that trade, everything's unlocked, so they can go get like a Trey Murphy, a Herb Jones if he wants to from the Pelicans who are available. I mean, there's guys out there. If the Pacers want to pay a price, I doubt they want to mess with this chemistry they have. I mean, it's a special group, but if there's a big fish out there that can take you over the top, and this is their window, I mean, you got to explore if you got the assets, right?
So do you keep and then add, or do you attempt to kind of take some of what you have right now away? If you, how do they go about doing that? Because I know that Steve Simon had mentioned that they're comfortable now going into the luxury tax for the first time in a long time. So how will they handle that?
Yeah, so financially, another thing here, if they pay Miles around $25 to $30 million a year, they'll be in the first apron. If they pay Mathurin, they're going to go into the second apron. So that they don't want to do that. I think that's going to be freezing picks in the future. That's going to be paying significant penalties in the future. I doubt that the Indiana Pacers will ever pay the second apron tax. So I think the first apron's what they'll be floating at for a couple of years within this win now window, and then you might see moves on the edges like a Cam Johnson. Maybe you get like 2 picks and a filler salary for a Cam Johnson, for example. Those kind of guys.
I can't be the only one. For some reason, I found myself excited about the return of Isaiah Jackson.
Yeah.
Because I guess one of the reasons why when I was at the game the other night, I saw him on the bench. Dude looks yoked. I mean, it's not like he's been half-assing this. I mean, this whole rehab, he looks bigger and stronger than ever. And I just think that to Miles, to Jackson, that is a really good mixture of a lot of things that you need right here. And certainly without him, I think that's been absent.
It's crazy to think he's only 23 years old still, too. He's still super young, where he's going to be a restricted free agent this summer. I think they'll probably bring him back on a 1-year deal. If you can get him back a cheaper multi-year contract for a guy like him, I think it makes a lot of sense. And a guy like Aaron Nesmith, too, he's extension eligible this summer. I think that might be something they explore as well.
Oh, he has an extension. What kind of raise does he end up getting?
I mean, he gave him a discount on the last one, right?
He did, yeah.
$11 million a year. The current wing market's probably around $20, $25, $30 million a year. If he gives another discount, I mean, I think $20 to $25 million a year for Aaron Nesmith's still pretty good.
It's funny. I look around and, people obviously, and it'll probably happen to me later on tonight if he doesn't have a good game number 6, is I'm going to get a lot of Miles Turner and a lot of 33 hate. Yeah. But it's a foregone conclusion this guy returns.
He's back, yeah. There's mutual interest on every side. He's going to be back for sure.
Evan Sidery right here. I hope everybody enjoyed that conversation, especially the ones, what the hell am I getting like the overload of idiocy in the past 24 hours or so? Man.
I don't know. Hey.
And I will say this. I like people that are cool to me, and you've always been cool to me. We always had a really nice NBA conversation. I don't know why that is such an issue here, but
I think people just hate that I aggregate stories. Like that's what I do for my work with Forbes, and they don't like that I do that.
Yeah, I don't know how it all works, but I like talking to you, and that's not going to change.
It doesn't matter to me. Hey, if a guy on the morning show doesn't like me, it doesn't matter to me. It's fine.
Well, I mean, listen, I like James as well. I don't know how that all works. I don't.
I've never spoken to the guy, so I can't.
I don't know how it all works, and that. Here's the one thing. I think all that stuff is kind of between you guys. I just want your information and your dialogue and our conversation on this show. That's what I enjoy right here. And, so, I mean, the other stuff you guys can all work out on your own and keep me out of that. But the other stuff, this stuff right here, I enjoy a great deal. Evan, thank you very much.
Of course, anytime. I really appreciate it.
Evan Sidery on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. I think everybody in the world is going to come by here, and they should, because this is the epicenter of fun. The District Tap Michelob Ultra. I'm going to grab another beer. I'll be ready for you. Coming up on the other side, some calls, the Hoosier Lottery Trivia Contest, Seinfeld tickets, the PXG driver. I'll get you signed up to win that. We'll draw that coming up tomorrow. That and more. District Tap, downtown Meridian and Georgia. Thank you for being a part. Game 6 with the Thunder and the Pacers later on tonight. We'll take you until 8 o'clock. 93.5, 107.5 The Fan.
Of course. That's impossible. They're on instruments. This is going to be a real sweat.
93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
My friends at Zinc are here, and I cannot thank them enough for being a part of it, too. The Michelob Ultra is flowing at the District Tap downtown, everybody. Let me hit the post on that Christopher Cross song right there. Seriously, I don't care. I've waited like forever to see Jim Kerr and Simple Minds and Soft Cell. But if I can't go because there's a Game 7 on Sunday, then so damn be it, okay? Sorry about that, Jim Kerr. I'll just have to listen to Don't You Forget About Me and Alive and Kicking and Simplify Yourself, Sanctify Yourself. Simplify Yourself. That's more like me. Oh, man, Promised You a Miracle, all those great tunes from Simple Minds. I'll just have to listen to them on the JMV Takeover. Because I want there to be a Game 7. I want there to be a reason why I can't go see for the first time Jim Kerr and Simple Minds and Soft Cell James belting out the classic from the 1980s, Sex Dwarf. What a great song that is. I know you know Tainted Love, but nobody knows Sex Dwarf. Coming up on Sunday at Ruoff. And obviously that would be a Game 7. And frankly, you do not want to surrender a championship on your home hardwood tonight. And believe me, there are so many Oklahoma City fans here in downtown Indy right now as we are locked up and good to go from the District Tap of Michelob Ultra. That's exactly how they feel. That's what they feel is going to happen. And as the great Chucky Booker once said, you have to see a group that is turned away. And that is OKC. More on that conversation coming up. The truth regarding the participation of Tyrese Hallebertton also coming up, too. And a number of guests will join us live at the District Tap downtown. Thank you for joining us. Evan Sidery a little bit earlier. The podcast at 1075thefan.com. But Neil's going to join us coming up next. Neil, welcome to the show. How are you?
Doing good, Jay. How about yourself?
I'm drinking a Michelob Ultra. I'm getting ready for Game 6. I'm wearing a boot. I'm at the District Tap. It could not be much better. I'm good.
Hey, last time I called was Wednesday night last week, right before
well done.
Game 3. And
Yes.
I've been trying to call back ever since on every game day, and I'm just now connecting. So, got to be a good sign there.
Damn right it
Also,
is. You better take your time and get out what you want to get out to. Go.
First off, we have a mutual acquaintance who's been on my butt to keep calling. Corey Kinney keeps telling me to call you.
Corey Kinney. He is a former Hamilton Southeastern wide receiver and a
Grew up with
fan
him.
of the Cubs. And for whatever reason with his
Yep.
job, spends a great deal of time in Toledo, Ohio. Correct?
That is correct, yes.
That is nice.
Anyway, all right.
he and Bill are two of my favorites, man. I love them a great deal.
Good people. Grew up with them. I'm from Fisher. Still live on the north side. I live right down the
Nice.
street from them now.
Do you know?
all right,
Do you
so
know a
Pacers.
dude? Hey. By the way, before you start this, do you know a dude named Anthony Furlan?
I do not know.
Former basketball player. I think played at. I used to whip his ass in basketball all the time. Played at Marion. Anthony
Can't say
Furlan,
I
Hamilton
do, but I'll
Southeastern.
pretend I do. Hell.
All right, Ted. Well, go ahead.
Well, main point here is that I think Miles Turner's got to have a bigger game than Doris Burke's bulge.
That would be ideal. It would be
That would
ideal.
be-
Yes.
If he could hit a
Yes.
shot tonight, that would be very ideal. I think someone's
Yeah,
got to
you
step
would,
it up,
yeah.
and it's got to be him.
It would be nice if he had a shot tonight. Yeah. All but the other stuff you just said, which will get my ass in a sling. But thank you very much. What else you got there, Neil?
Honestly, man, I'm just hoping we can make it to Game 7. Someone's got to step up. Go Pacers. Smoke them if you got them, JMV. Hope your foot heals up nicely, buddy.
No, it will, buddy. My healing juices are flowing right now. Thank you very much. Shout out to Dr. Robertson and Brendan that called me today, but my healing juices are already flowing. And they're magic. Yeah, I think all but the Doris Burke comment maybe I could roll with right there. That's all right. Yeah, I know. I saw this a little bit earlier that, Shams is reporting that all signs are Hallebertton going. Hallebertton would be out for multiple weeks, in fact, with this calf strain if this were the regular season. So that's why I bring up, my friends, just how compromised you're going to be even with participation. I think that's the most logical approach to take right here, just how compromised he is going to be. Tony's up next on line 2 at 239-1070, live from the District Tap. Tony, hello.
Hey, hi, JMV. Hey, looking
hello,
forward to
Tony.
tonight's game. I think we need Miles to pop a 3 in the first couple of plays. I think that opens up everything. You had a guy on Monday that was all over Miles about his rebound and everything, and I can just say that Jim is a dumbass.
Thank you very much. Jim truly was a dumbass. There's no doubt. Hey, Miles can't rebound very well. We know that. But what is essential more than anything else for this team is him being able to knock down the perimeter jump shot, which three-point wise he just simply has not done for a while. That has to happen tonight. Completely agree.
Yeah, I think if he opens up things a little bit, that opens up the middle. That makes it easier for Siakam. It just makes it easier for guys driving to the basket, pull some of those defenders out on him. If you look at the 21 playoff games that we've had 6 different leading scorers in those 21 games. And there have been 9 different players that have been in the top 3 scoring in each game. So, I mean, we play team basketball, and it's not just about Hallebertton and Siakam. They've actually led the team in 5 of the 21 games. So, I mean, if we can get Nemhart, Neesmith, McConnell, Mathern, those guys stepping up, some of these guys, I know they got to be looking at it because this may be their shot at a title, because this doesn't come around very often, as we know.
Well, let me tell you, listen, everybody has to look at it that way too, Tony, because we haven't seen it here in 25 years. Think about what the hell we were all doing 25 years ago the last time this came around. So I had no question about it.
Well, I was watching the Pacers, but hey, I hope your Achilles is all right, and I hope everything heals up. I'm in my late 70s, and I just quit playing basketball about 10 years ago.
Hey, I have such a great deal of admiration for that. That is well done, Tony. Great job.
Yeah. Well, I've had to have 5 knee surgery since then. So my days, other than shooting horse with my grandkids, I'm pretty much hanging it up, I guess. But anyway,
I tell you what, hey Tony, Tony, thank you for the call. At this state, we love basketball. We love basketball. I can't deny that, man. I love playing. People say all the time, man, you got to hang it up. You're 55. You're too old. I'm thinking, when I'm dead, I'll be too old. That'll be it then. But not anytime soon. Enjoy it too much. Hey, I have an instant request at 239-1070 for Jeff on line 4. James, is this Jeff on line 4?
Johnny, what'd you do to your heel?
I popped something last night. It was an Achilles or a calf muscle or something. I'm just too much of a manimal. I got to settle down a little bit. I'm just too wild, too reckless, too nuts.
Right, because we don't need Blake wheeling you around in a wheelchair.
Oh, man, no, I'm driving. Hey, you should see me, Jeff, driving around in this boot. Like it's weird. I can't drive very well in this boot, and when I put on the brakes, I put us all through the windshield.
Yeah, there you go. All right, John, what
Yes.
Carlisle got left up his sleeve for tonight?
I think we've seen it, brother. I think all it comes down to tonight is the minutes that you end up earning by playing well and performing, right? I thought the exhaustion came with the Tony Bradley minutes in game number 5, did it not?
Yeah, but what if they went really small? What if they played Siakam at the 5 or Turner at the 5 and, when one's in, one's out, whatever. Neesmith at the 4.
Well,
why don't they just run the hell out of these guys? Because Holmgren can't run that long. I don't know what else to do.
That's why I think, Jeff, I think that all those options that you're talking about, I wouldn't think that would be an option. I'm not suggesting that you're wrong in the whole running process, but I think most of the time OKC is pretty confident, even with Holmgren on the floor. Because I'll give you this as an example. Holmgren and Hartenstein, everybody made so much about these guys getting back in the starting lineup, and why did OKC make that change? And they were non-existent in game number 5, and OKC still kind of ran away with it. So
right, Hartenstein.
That's the only reason why I would think that situation would not be something they would think about.
Yeah, I just wonder if you just go completely frenzied though and go small and press 94 feet on everybody.
Yeah, I think that they do that. I think they're going to go with guys because I think we're all on the same page here. The offense is so much more of an important aspect, and I think they would go with their guys that have gotten them here and exhaust that until you go with something that radical. I'm not saying you're wrong about trying absolutely everything, but that would probably be a little bit too radical for them.
Their normal lineups, the ball handler is just not good enough against the OKC defense. Because the refs are going to let them slap the hell out of them. We know that. It's gone on for 100 games for OKC. That's just what they do. So I'm just wondering if somehow you don't figure out how to go smaller and just be frenzied. I don't know. Maybe some Nolan Richardson 40 minutes of hell.
You're looking for some Todd Day and Corey Beck out there later on tonight. Is what you're wanting here. Yeah.
Oliver Miller, rest in peace.
R.I.P.
All right, brother. I appreciate you.
You got it. Right back at you, Jeff. Thank you for the call. Quick break. We'll come back. James, is it time to break? Can you share that with me?
It is indeed time to break.
James says so. If you're on hold, we'll do it. So we got Kevin Bowen coming up. We got Chris Denery on the way. We have Jeremiah Johnson coming up. We have Eddie Gill going to show up here as well. Got a loaded show for you at the District Tapper downtown. Michelob Ultra and our friends from Zinc are here as well. Thank you all for joining us. This is a little bit important. It's a must-win game number 6. And again, I will tell you that just from the whole eyeballing things, a block from the field house at Meridian and Georgia right now, there are many, and I mean many OKC fans that are infiltrating this town this evening. Many. So be ready for that if you're going down to the game. I could tell earlier this week that a lot of you became disengaged. That's so disappointing. I understand how disappointing you can be, but it's still Game 6 of the NBA Finals. And these guys need you later on tonight. Surely they're not allowed to bring those clappers or clackers or what do they bring in, those noisemakers. I mean, hell, why don't you just bring in a damn trumpet next time? That's how loud those things are. I don't know if you're allowed to bring that in or not, but there are going to be a lot of them in the building later on tonight, at least according to my eyeballs. Meridian and Georgia District Tap. Michelob Ultra brings us to you prior to Game 6. We go until 8 o'clock on 93.5 and 107.5, The Fan.
What is the magic word, Mr. Venkman?
Please. 93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
This is the District Tap. Michelob Ultra, our friends from Zinc are here. Got a guest on the inbound next, but Seinfeld tickets coming up in November, Mural National Center. The comedy stylings of the legendary Jerry Seinfeld, number 9 at 239-1070. You can go on us to see Jerry Seinfeld coming up in November. He's joining us here at the District Tap, and we've got Michelob Ultra coming up with my good friend Bob Kravitz at bobkravitz.com. How you see, pal?
I'm
you
good.
all right?
I'm doing well.
Looking good. I like the shirt.
Thank you. My daughter just got it for me for Father's Day.
That's nice. Is all those golf tees and golf balls and stuff?
I haven't even looked. Yes, I guess they are.
Are they really?
I haven't even
that's
looked at it.
Well done. You got
so
it tucked
I was going
into
to say,
your...
Seinfeld. I saw Seinfeld in Cleveland just before he started the show.
Really?
And he was going on and on about how he was doing this show about nothing. And
seriously?
Yeah. We thank you very much.
Thank you, brother. That's awesome.
And,
Look at me, two-fisted right here.
He was fantastic. I'd love to see him again.
Such a legendary show with Seinfeld, without question. That's funny that he mentioned that.
I saw him just before the show started.
A show about nothing. It's funny, too. That thing
it's my column, really.
That thing's kind of like the Pacers. They got off to a slow start and really kicked it into gear.
Yeah, there you go.
Because the first 2 seasons, it was slow.
Yeah, the first 2 seasons, people were trying to figure out what the hell it was.
The Seinfeld Chronicles, it was called then.
Is that right? I did not know that.
I think the first season it was...
Your mind is full of information.
It debuted in, I want to say... late June or early July of 1989, it debuted, and they changed so many aspects of it up after that.
Did they really?
Yeah.
By the way, you look tremendous.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you, Bob. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry you're going on the DL.
Well, I got Hallebertton last night.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping a Hallebertton situation is much better than mine because mine stinks right now. What do you think?
If it's a grade 1, he's going to be very limited.
Yeah.
And I got to think that he'll have a short leash, and I got to think that Nemhard is going to see a lot of time at the point tonight.
Yeah. Where does McConnell play a role in all of this?
I don't think you change up maybe a few more minutes, but I don't think you fundamentally change the way you use him because he's like a relief pitcher, a closer who throws 103 miles an hour, and he can only give you an inning. And that's TJ. I mean, he can give you an inning.
Yeah.
But then it becomes a matter of diminishing returns once he plays more than 7, 8 minutes at a time.
Yeah. So Bob Kravitz at bobkravitz.com joins us. Have you noticed, like me, all the OKC fans in and around downtown?
I read somewhere on it was on the internet, so it must have been true. But that 1 out of 5 tickets have been sold to Oklahoma City tonight. So it's going to be a heavy Oklahoma City representation.
I'm a little disappointed.
I am too, but I'm not going to tell anybody what to do with their money.
And I understand. I only tell Steve Simon what to do with his money. But
there you go.
I do that all the time.
Go into the tax.
I agree with that. I'll tell you what, we'll take a break. Mike Chappell's going to join us on the other side. Bob,
Sure.
I want you to hang right there with us as well.
I'll drink a beer.
But I will tell you exactly why I am disappointed on that, because you look at social media like X, for example, and everybody's telling me how soft the Pacers are and soft this and soft that. Well, all of a sudden now we got a soft fan base when you're down 3-2 and you just kind of give up a little bit. That's highly disappointing to me. Bob, do that on the other side with Bob Kravitz at bobkravitz.com with Michelob Ultra. I don't want you guys going anywhere unless it's to the District Tap. Michelob Ultra and Zinc brings us to you on this glorious Thursday in downtown Indy prior to Game 6 and a must-win for the Pacers against the Thunder. That's tonight on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Your Psalms talk about John 3:16. Austin 3:16 says, I just whipped your ass.
93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
I'm John. Thank you for joining us. I see Jimmy. Hi, Jimmy. I see Billy over there. Deb's the on-site engineer. James back at the studio. District Tapper downtown. I don't know where Michael, the owner, is. Normally I see him before every Pacer game. Hopefully on the inbound before 8, that's where we go until 8 o'clock tonight. The pre to the pre, and then the pregame takes over on the Pacer Radio Network after that. Then Game 6, which is must-win for the Pacers. Then on the inbound there with game number 6 at Cambridge Fieldhouse, what has been odd, Courtney? How are you? I've only had like 5 here, so we got it, yeah. I've set a pretty damn solid pace, though, let me tell you, right there, for real. Bob Kravitz at BobKravitz.com is with us. My brother, you all right?
I'm doing tremendous. I got a cold beer in front of me.
Yes, there's nothing quite like that, is it?
The cool thing is that I don't usually write. I don't write these games the night of the game because the way my story reaches people is through email, and nobody looks at their email at 2 o'clock in the morning. So I get up the next morning and write it. So I can have a couple beers.
You can have them.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
It's weird, too. All I do is talk on the radio. I'm thinking, yeah.
How
pretty
tough can that be?
strong in that category.
Well,
So
I can't drink and write.
You can't?
No.
Why not? Do you lose your train of thought?
I've tried it, but it's just not as good.
I think that when I drink, that for whatever reason I sound better. Certainly more intelligent. It's like a clarifying aspect for me.
Really?
It is. I think I'm more clear. Is that bad?
Well, I think you might be fooling yourself, but
that could also be it.
You
Bob,
could be hammered.
If for nothing else, I'm easily fooled.
But you get a little more glib. I think we all get more glib after a couple of drinks.
We'd have to define that for a guy right here.
Glib?
Glib.
Talkative.
Talkative?
Yeah. Talkative.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did not know glib meant that.
It does.
I thought it meant kind of
you're
a-holic.
you're very glib.
I am very talkative. There's no
you're
doubt.
very. Yeah, I mean, you got to fill 9 hours today.
5.
I swear to God, every time I turn on the radio, it's you, because you're on like 9 hours a day.
It is amazing, isn't it?
I love
being
making you
on.
earn your money.
Here's the other thing too. We're at a point in time where you take advantage of this because it hasn't been around in 25 years, and I think a moment lost, is certainly time to embrace it.
Well, when I was at newspapers, when the Colts were in the Super Bowls, I mean, you just go hard. You do. The national media is reading and watching, and you pick up the pace.
Yeah.
You go even harder than you did before, and it's great fun. It's a great challenge.
These moments like tonight and like what we have seen in the finals, these are the moments why you get into what you get into.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it truly is.
I've been really lucky. I mean, in Denver, I had 2 Stanley Cups with the Avalanche. I had 2 Super Bowls with the Broncos.
He's going to get into his Joe Sakic routine right here.
Yeah, Joey. Joey's the best. My boy Joey. Here in Indy, Purdue going to the final, Butler going to the final twice. The Colts, certainly, their 2 Super Bowls. And now this. I'll be honest with you. I never thought the Indiana Pacers would reach the NBA Finals again.
This is the best team I've ever watched as a fan or as somebody that covers it in this market ever.
Okay, well, I will take your word for it because I was not here in 1999.
You didn't get here until 2000.
I got here late summer of 2000. So I watched the games, but I wasn't watching it super close. And I didn't know the team that well. But very different types of teams, would you say?
There's no question about it.
They play so well together.
This group is team-oriented, cohesive, and as likable from top to bottom as a group of guys. And people always say that, well, that's what a loser mentality is. If you don't win, that's what you're saying. But no. This is what this group represents, and I think that's special. To me, it's special.
Really is. It really is. I mean, there's not a, they're very fortunate that their spokesman, who's Tyrese, is tremendous in the public, and he's got that great smile, and He's very talkative. He's glib. He's glib. Very glib.
We got an official definition of glib, by the way.
Okay, I hope
from
it's
James
positive.
Right here. It was just here a minute ago. Oh, glib, readily fluent, often thoughtlessly, superficially, or insincerely so. Well, that's dickish of you. What?
Apparently, I've been using the word glib wrong all these years. I didn't know it was suggestive.
You're kind
of
of calling me
somebody.
a jackass, I think. That's how you work in. You call me a jackass by using all the words I don't know, which are many. Yeah,
well, it's a significant number.
It's Bob Kravitz at BobKravitz.com, District Tab. Michelob Ultra brings us to you before Game 6, and on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline, a little bit more reflection we'll have with Mike Chappell of CBS 4 Fox 59. Hey, go ahead and jump in here, Mike. How are you?
I'm doing good. Apparently, you guys are doing very good. Bob's doing better than me because he's a beer up on me, which is always a good thing.
I'm a beer up on you. And by the way, you sir, are not glib. You are articulate.
See, there's room for all of us. The serious ones and the glib people, the beat writers and the columnists. So, fortunately, and again, I think what works is when you've got a group, we used to have at the Star, everybody sort of had their lane, and it worked. Yeah. So, we had some great times. We really did.
We did, and I was telling him, when the Super Bowl came around, we all just put our noses to the grindstone and just went hard for however many weeks it lasted.
And we've talked too, Bob. Whenever you have those great runs like the 2000s with Manning, I've always told people from a beat writer standpoint, that's great. But to really appreciate it, you need to have gone through the 1-15s and the 3-13s,
right,
to really understand how hard that is and to appreciate it. You always said you hated 14-2 because it's always kumbaya.
It's the same thing.
It's
the same thing every game.
Right. And I enjoyed that because there wasn't that chaos and controversy. But that's why, again, when you've got a columnist and you've got beat writers who do their jobs, it works because everybody sort of has an angle to take on it. And when people work together with the Phil Richards and Tom Reitmans and Monteith and all those guys, and Perogi, it was Robin Miller, for crying out loud. It just worked, and it was a good product. And then we most of the time had a pretty good time.
Yeah, we did.
That's Mike Chappell of CBS 4 on Fox 59. He's on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. Bob Kravitz at BobKravitz.com is with us. Michelob Ultra from Zinc brings us to you at the District Tap live downtown before game number 6. I had mentioned this before, and Mike, you have a great frame of reference because, obviously you've been in Central Indiana forever. Where would this Pacer team rank in terms of enjoyment for you? And I want to take, because you go back to championship seasons in the ABA that others may not in this case, where would this group rank regardless of the outcome of tonight and obviously if they're fortunate enough to go to Game 7 this weekend?
Right there with them. And again, it's unfair to compare the ABA with this. This is a different animal. But by saying that, let's not diminish what they did at all. Some of those games in the ABA with Artis Gilmore in Kentucky and Willie Wise with Utah, those were classics. And that was such a fun group. As you can imagine, when Bobby Leonard is your coach in the ABA, the memory that sticks with me, they used to have the play-by-play guy down right next to the bench. And all you hear is Bobby Leonard cussing at Bob Nedelicki for not doing something. It was a fun group with Roger Brown and Freddie Lewis and George McGinnis and Darnell Hillman, who I still see around with the Pacers, Billy Keller, and people just sort of gravitated to him. There was a personality to him that I think for a lot of the years it wasn't there with the ABA or the NBA Pacers. Maybe winning has a lot to do with it. Maybe, I don't know. But this group is, again, I don't normally watch games start to finish. I'll kind of get on the fourth quarter. These guys are fun to watch. They just are. And it gets to the point you're waiting for McConnell to come in because you know the RPMs will crank up a little bit. And then I can cuss at other guys because sometimes the rotation doesn't work. And Ben Matherin drives me crazy, absolutely crazy, because you don't know what you're going to get. And today's his birthday. Who knows? Who knows what he does tonight? But we talked like last week. People should never say, "Hey, this is you're playing with house money, whatever." No, seize the moment. But if you don't make it, don't start. I heard some people say nationally, "Well, this is the worst team to make the playoffs since." What the hell are we doing? Why do we need to tear down a team that's played so well, has some incredible comebacks, and you want to denigrate the team? I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I don't get Perk. Sometimes I don't get Stephen A. It's just what do you think has to happen tonight for the Pacers to pull this off?
Oh, part of it, I think OKC needs to play down a level. And I don't. How bad do they want to win at home? I wouldn't want to take that approach. If I'm OKC, slam the door. Because they need to remember that it was 95-93 in the fourth quarter the other night before the wheels came off. Hallebertton needs to play at an aggressive level, and I don't know what that means, what that translates into points and assists and all that. And if he can't do it, then protect the player from himself and put him on the bench and find a rotation that works, whether that's more of Matherin, whether it's more of Shepard, whether it's more of McConnell. I was screaming at the TV the other night to put McConnell in sooner than they did.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that, but I hate to criticize Carlisle much because he knows what the hell he's doing. I mean, he's still 2 wins away from a world championship. So, but I think we find out early, mid-first quarter, if this is going to be a game or if it's going to be a coronation to the Thunder. But either way, I hope people appreciate what they've seen because this is hard to do. It's really hard to do, and appreciate what they've done for crying out loud.
What's up, Mike Chappell of CBS 4 and Fox 59. He's on the Andy Moore Automotive Group hotline. Bob Kravitz at bobkravitz.com. District Tap with me. Michelob Ultra brings us to you from our good friends at Zinc. We would love to see you down here a block away from the Fieldhouse prior to game number 6, which is must-win for the Pacers versus the Thunder. This occurred to me, Mike, as I was hearing what you were just talking about. What is the greatest for you injury performance you've witnessed here in covering sports in Central Indiana, considering how Hallebertton clearly is going to have some sort of compromise tonight?
Wow, that's a good. I wish I had time to think about that. Colts-wise, Freeney playing in the Super Bowl against New Orleans was pretty amazing because he just ravaged his ankle, and for a half, while the drugs worked, he was pretty good. And when the drugs wore off, he wasn't. That's the one that jumps out at me Pacer-wise. We've had a few others who after the fact we found out they were injured. Other than that, nothing jumps out at me. Reggie had that, was it a busted orbital socket that one time? But a lot of times we don't know about players playing through things until, oh, by the way, you guys didn't know, but somebody had this. Andrew Luck played through stuff. We don't know half the stuff that Andrew played through with body parts and shoulders and calves, which I wish people appreciated what Andrew Luck gave to this franchise. And but no, that's a really good question. Maybe Bob's got a better answer, but Freeney kind of jumps out at me.
Yeah, Freeney. I mean, I believe that if he was healthy, they would have won that Super Bowl.
No question. Or if Hank Baskett recovers the onside kick.
Yes, Hank Baskett. Whatever happened to Hank Baskett?
He's probably making money doing something, but God, what a bad play. Holy crap.
Hey, guys, and by the way, Game 4 in the fourth quarter is going to turn out to be, if the Pacers lose this series, Hank Baskett-esque as far as a moment.
It was there. It was 87-80, and then it just went away. And hindsight, was the Siakam, did he have one shot in the fourth quarter or one shot over a stretch?
Yeah.
And he's their guy. He's a guy that quietly gets you 25. And just to go away from him, I didn't get that, and I bet they're kicking themselves for that happening.
Yeah, one shot and one assist, by the way, in the fourth quarter of game 4.
He needs to have a big game. A really big game.
Whatever that is, 30, I don't know.
Maybe 30. He's done it before. I mean, he had 38, 39.
The problem is they've got two guys who can go for 40 almost easily. And it's not quite the same with these guys. It's a different makeup of star power. But they need, Miles Turner has to know of a force, and Neesmith and Nembhard. He might have had a double last game on assists if you included the Thunder. His errors were just egregious, and they led to quick points. They can't do that. So I hope they play well tonight.
I don't think you're going to get much. I'm sorry, Mike. I just jumped right over you. I didn't hear you. I think you can't expect anything offensively from Nembhard. He just has to work too hard on the defensive end,
you're right,
stopping SGA. But, Neesmith, certainly Pascal's got to have a game. And Miles has got to get out of his head.
3-point shooting from Miles is so essential tonight, fellas. I cannot overstate it.
And he can't hesitate. Like the very first possession the other night, he hesitated on an open 3. And I thought, it's in his head.
Hey, guys, I'm a Miles Turner expert. I consider myself a 33 expert here. And his 3-point shooting has been sped up, Mike, a great deal throughout this series we have seen against OKC, and that has been detrimental.
Right. And credit to him. But when guys, I thought it was, I can't remember what series it was. Maybe it's Cleveland. When Carlisle said, or someone said that, like, if you pass up a shot, you're not going to get that shot again. I mean, it may have been this series, but it's understanding that a good shot might not come back to you. So even if it's early in the shot clock, which these guys are so much better early in the shot clock, when they're fighting, when somebody passes up a shot with 6 seconds to go, they're in trouble. They don't have that many guys can create. So here I am getting out of my lane. But I hope they play well. The crowd's going to be just off the charts. It is. And force a Game 7. And then the pressure is on OKC. It just is.
Absolutely.
So, but I'd like to see that and see what happens.
It's Mike Chappell there on the Andy Moore Automotive Group Hotline. Bob Kravitz with me here at the District Tap at Michelob Ultra. We go until 8 o'clock tonight prior to game number 6 with the Thunder and the Pacers. And obviously, blue and gold in a must-win situation. So give us your thoughts on what takes place later on tonight. Beyond Hallebertton, but with this team in general, and how, as you mentioned, you can push it to a decisive Game 7 coming up on Sunday night.
I think they come out and play well and play hard, and then they just wear down. Because OKC is going to have that 18-6 spurt, and I hope they play well. I'm just one of those that I'm stuck on that Game 4. What was the turning point and their chance? And I hope I'm wrong. Because, again, I think the pressure mounts exponentially on OKC in Game 7. But I just don't think they're going to have enough to get it done tonight. I hope they do, but I just can't trust it. I can't trust Mathurin to be the guy to go out there and get him 25 points. I can't do it.
You are a typical negative journalist because I am picking the Pacers to win tonight. They're going to win easily.
That's saying something, brother.
I hope they do. And your next beer is on me if that happens.
All right, that sounds good.
Actually, his next beer is going to take place in about 5 minutes, Mike. We may beat you to it.
Give or take. Yeah, I think Siakam is going to have a big game.
Yeah. Yes.
Hey, I've been following on Twitter. So did you rip the Achilles or what's up?
I don't know yet. It's Achilles or it's kind of very Hallebertton-esque is what I did last night to my right calf. I haven't yet, but I did give a shout-out to Troy Roberson, who I think actually is the Pacers doctor, actually called me last night and set up something with his assistant, Brendan, for me coming up tomorrow as well. So, yeah.
I've had more MRIs down there on County Line Road, and
yes.
it's they serve a purpose. I hate them. I can't believe with all the scientific advancement that MRI is 28 minutes stuck in a tube, a loud tube, but whatever. Good luck with that.
Yeah, I knew. I was telling Bob this a little bit earlier off the air. I kind of knew it was coming last night. My friend Mike Landis and I was kind of warming up. I was at GCA over there at Greenwood Christian playing some pickup last night, and I was warming up, and I could not get my Achilles stretched for nothing. And I said, man, something's going to happen to me tonight. I kind of feel it, and then it.
And you played anyway. What an idiot.
Yeah, I did. I know. Well, see, I told Bob this. I'm stubborn. I'm stupid. I'm a really bad combination. Reckless in a lot of things at 55.
So the body said, what did you expect?
Yeah, well, and I'm 55. I've lost 80 pounds, so I've got a new body. So it's like, it's something I really love in playing basketball is I'm going at it about as hardcore as I have since I was back in the 1980s as a teenager. And I can kind of tell that in some certain aspects, I think the rest of my body may not be too ready for that. So in this case, that's true. But no, you play, sometimes you pay. Yeah. And I think I paid a little bit last night.
Time is undefeated, old age.
It is. But listen, the only time I'm ever going to stop, when I'm dead, I'll stop. And that's when it's over. But not until then, man. I'm going to live it. There's no doubt.
I hope the news is better than worse.
Yeah, me too. I'm kind of interested to see what may transpire, but I'm in a boot. I slept in the boot last night, so I'm doing all the precautions that are necessary. But Dr. Roberson called me last night, and I appreciate that very much because he's got a lot on his plate right now, and it was nice of him to do that.
Cool.
Very much so.
I'll be thinking about you, bud.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. What do you got for us? Obviously, watching game number 6 later on tonight, but anything Colts-wise? I know we're somewhat of in a downtime until late July.
Get a downtime. I'm taking the next 3.5 weeks off, barring something seismic, which there's nothing seismic that should happen. If you don't take time off now, you don't take time off. I'm surprised the NFL hasn't figured out a way to make late June and early July newsworthy, but they haven't. So I'm going to take about a month off and just kind of. I've got some things. I've got a back issue. I've got to get an ablation in my back in the next couple of weeks. That this thing's bothering me. So we've all got things. I always tell somebody, the older you get, the lower your standard for a good day. So you realize that the older you get. Bob and I are getting closer to that. But hey, we've all got stuff we worry about or deal with. So Bob does, I do, and everybody does. So I'll keep out a good thought for you. But for the next 3.5 weeks. The Colts are on their own, and they can handle it.
Got it. Mike, I appreciate you, man. Have a great weekend. Thanks for coming on.
We'll talk to you guys next. Be well, Bob.
All right. See you, buddy.
It's Mike Chappell of CBS 4 and Fox 59 right there. Bob Kravitz at bobkravitz.com joins us live at the District Tap downtown. Michelob Ultra. You got a bail or are you good?
No, I'm good.
All right, we got Bob coming up on the other side.
We got beer. I'm good, man.
I got to have more here, too. So, Michelob Ultra is our sponsor. Our friends from Zinc are always so awesome. Thank you guys very much. Inside the District Tap and looking for you here. Up until 8 o'clock we go. The pre to the pre. Do not go anywhere. It's 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. Hey, John, for Trajan Wealth, here's the number, 317-480-4040. Find out where you are right now financially and how that translates to your future. And your future is retirement. And retiring on your own timeline is so important to you. And let those with decades of experience help. That's Trajan Wealth, 317-480-4040. Give them a call today. Tell them I sent you. TrajanWealth.com. Hey, do that today. Find out where you are and how that translates and navigate the financial landscape in the future with Trajan Wealth. Give them a call today, 317-480-4040. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement. Hey, John here for Love Heating and Air Conditioning. John and Chris Love, love-hvac.com or 317-353-2141. You know, I mentioned on the inbound all the time, we've got early to middle 90s coming up here in the next couple of days, and we're going to go consecutively with this heat wave. Make sure you're good to go with Love Heating and Air at 317-353-2141. Get that system checked up. Make sure it's working officially, and if you are compromised in any way whatsoever, meaning if you need a repair, call Love Heating and Air at 317-353-2141. Tell them I sent you, and you're getting $95 off. That's Love Heating and Air, a Heil dealer at 317-353-2141. Now is the time to make sure you remain cool and comfortable in your home when this hot dome or heat wave next week is upon us. 317-353-2141. Online, love-hvac.com today.
The Ride with JMV.
You get nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Michelob Ultra brings us to you at the District Tap downtown, Meridian in Georgia. Thank you for joining us in front of Game 6. I'll go all the way until 8 o'clock with you tonight. Pre to the pre, if you will. Pacers Radio takes over after that. Must win for the Pacers, down 3 games to 2, best of 7. If they were able to win tonight, that forces a decisive Game 7 coming up in OKC on Sunday night. Bob Kravitz at bobkravitz.com joins us. Somebody had just asked me, by the way, why you gave Miles Turner the flu earlier this series.
Well, clearly it wasn't me because I had bronchitis.
Okay, so you didn't have the flu, so you did not pass that along.
No, I kept my distance. When I was not feeling well, I wore a mask and kept my distance. So do not blame me.
That is a very smart, very savvy Bob Kravitz.
Very responsible.
BobKravitz.com. All right. We got a special guest right here. Who do I talk to, brother?
Hey, nice to be on your show. This is a full experience.
Where are you from? You sound like you're from Southern Indiana.
Yeah.
Southern Indiana, is that where you're from? You're from Bloomfield?
Eastern Indiana, like Madrid. Madrid.
You're from Madrid.
Madrid, Spain, yeah.
So we are a native of the country of Spain. You're from Madrid. What's your name?
My name is Iñaki.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a special Spanish name, but yeah, Iñaki.
Very nice. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
I mean, I'm a journalist, as yourself. I host my own soccer show. And I'm here in the U.S. this month covering the FIFA Club World Cup.
Oh, okay.
And I've been a Pacer fan my entire life.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
And when I saw that we were on the verge of making it to the finals, I thought, this is my fucking chance to see the Pacers. So when we made it, I'm sorry. I'm a big fan of Pat McAfee, too.
Hold on 1 second.
Blame him.
I don't know how the rules work in Spain.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But, yeah, the F-bombs.
I'm sorry.
You'll get the host of the show. While everybody loves it and will prop you up, you'll get the host of the show in
Blame
trouble.
McAfee.
If you drop F-bomb. Yeah, it's a little bit different what Pat has to deal with right there.
I'm very sorry.
That is okay. So when did you become a Pacer fan?
I mean, I love American sports, more the NFL than the NBA, but when I started watching the NBA in the mid-2000s, it was the first era of Carlisle with the team. And, I mean, Reggie Miller was my crush in basketball. One of the worst moments of my life was that Tyson Prince block in the second game of the series against the Pistons. But, yeah, I've been in touch with the Pacers. A part of my heart is here in Indiana. And I mean, we've had some tough ones, but I think this is going to be our moment. Those series with the Heat, now we lost that game 4, but I think we are going to make it. We are going to shock the world. We are going to beat today OKC, and then we will go there to OKC and win the Game 7. This is our time. We are going to be the champions for the first time. And Rick F. Carlisle, he's going to be straight to the Hall of Fame. The first time with the Mavericks, the first time with the Pacers. This is our time.
Yeah,
this is Indiana. This is Indiana. I really love Indiana, and we are gonna make it. Tonight is the night.
Hello, Bob. Play off of that,
I had a
please.
question, but I'm just shocked.
You befuddled Bob Kravitz at bobkravitz.com.
I did a radio show on this station for 2 years, and I'm the most profane person in the world.
Yeah.
And I went for 2 years without dropping one F-bomb.
I'm sorry, man.
You've been on the radio for, what, 35 seconds?
Yes.
And you dropped it.
I'm sorry, man. It's the energy took over.
Oh, all right. So you're covering the
FIFA Club World Cup. First
Gotcha.
time. It's like the World Cup, but with clubs. I follow Real Madrid for a living. And, yeah, we are playing down in Miami. We started yesterday, a bad game. And then we will go to New York. This is the first time the tournament is here. And, yeah, I cover soccer for a living. But, yeah, I mean, it's like awesome to be here.
Yeah. Are you a big fan of the Gasol brothers?
Yeah, especially, yeah, I mean, they are like, the two of them are one of the best athletes we've ever had in Spain, and especially Pau, the way the relationship he built with Kobe Bryant. Pau is, for me, after Rafael Nadal, the second best individual.
Nadal's your favorite.
Nadal is the all-time great Spanish athlete, but the second is Pau Gasol. He's in the Hall of Fame, and I think he's a true gentleman of the sport. He would have been a great pacer because he's a pure basketball guy, Pau Gasol.
Well, I'm curious here because we know Larry Bird was maybe the biggest fan of Ricky Rubio of all time.
I love him.
Where are you with Ricky Rubio, who was a one-time for like a second member of the Pacers?
True.
Yeah, for a minute.
The way he started his career, in basketball, I've had a lot of losses with the Pacers and with the Spanish national team. Those gold medal games in Beijing and then in London, the way the Spanish national team played in 2008 against Kobe, LeBron, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, and Ricky was like a 17-year-old kid, and the way he played, it was awesome. And then maybe his career.
They love you over there, man.
Yeah, he was I think he got mental problems too, and he dealt with it. He lost his mom. He's a great player, and great player, especially with the national team. And then he won a world champion gold medal for us, and he was the MVP. I think it was like 6-7 years ago. But yeah, great player. Ricky
Did you
Rubio.
cover that Olympics when Spain won?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
I was there. That Beijing, right?
Yeah, we lost the gold medal game.
Right.
Kobe killed us. Kobe killed us in the fourth quarter. But we play mano a mano with the Redeem team back in the days, and that U.S. team was. Hall of Famer after Hall of Famer after Hall of Famer, rising star merged with the true stars of the league in Kobe and those guys, and we were the best mortal team.
One more time, your name, because I can't pronounce it.
My name is Iñaki, but
Iñaki?
Iñaki, yeah, it's like this word, this letter we only have in the Spanish language.
What's that mean?
If my name...
Just say cool, make it up.
Yeah,
Just say cool dude. Yeah,
I don't know. Hey.
Yes.
My name means the Indiana Pacers are going to be the world champions and are going to win tonight, and we will go next Sunday to OK, and we are going to shock the world, and we are going to have our first title. One for Indy.
Hey, pleasure to meet you, man.
Hey, man, it's been great to be on your show.
Thank you for coming out.
Great to be on your show.
Yeah, it's as solid as a rock. Only a couple of F-bombs right there, Bob.
Just a
That's
couple.
all good.
Honest to God, I went through 2 years.
The rules are a little bit different.
The rules are a little different. Maybe they're on cable. Maybe they're on streaming.
There is no doubt. Kevin Bowen's on the inbound right now. I did have this for you, too. Thank you, guys. That's great. Great to meet you, too. Myself and the Hoosier Lottery want to add a little bit more play to your day. So this week I've been giving up trivia questions. This for a $50 scratch-off gift pack courtesy of the Hoosier Lottery. I'm going to make this up as I go along right here. You guys ready? So today marks the 50th anniversary of an incredible film release. James, the 50th anniversary of an incredible film release. Can you name it? And I want to say, this is just from me. I don't know if this is accurate. I think it is. Thank you. The first film directed by Steven Spielberg.
Oh.
This date, 1975. And its most essential character was mechanical and named Bruce. All right, first correct answer. We'll explain coming up in just a second. James, get that answer for me as well. I think, James, hopefully you know that by now. Kevin Bowen of the Morning Show, along with James Boyd. Jeff Rickard joins us now. Bob Kravitz, BobKravitz.com. District Tap. Michelob Ultra joins us. Good luck following our Spanish guy right there.
I'll be honest. I couldn't hear much. All I heard was Bob said he said the F word twice. In 2 years. I've sat next to Bob in many media rooms. There's no chance in hell you only said it twice in 2 years.
No,
Twice. It was impressive.
I never said it in 2 years. Never on the air. Never on the air. Now, during commercials, oh my God. But
there's a better chance the Colts go 17-0 next year.
Probably so.
You go the whole show without cussing.
I'm a profane New York guy. I mean, I can't help it.
Yeah, it was wild right there.
He brought some great energy. If 18,000 can replicate that tonight, it's going to be a hell of an atmosphere.
So what do you think has to happen tonight? I think Pascal's got to go off. What do you think needs to happen for them to have a chance?
Yeah, I mean, I know John was all over this after Game 5. Someone's got to do what Aaron Wiggins and Cason Wallace did for them on Monday. I mean, they got 7 threes off the bench from guys you wouldn't. I know Wiggins had the big game early in the series, but still. 7 threes off the bench. Now, that stuff can happen in your own arena. So who is that tonight? Is it Obi hit a couple? Is it Matherin hitting a couple? Honestly, Miles has kind of turned into not the consistent shooter. I would put Miles into that category right now as a guy that you need to step up. And then defensively, I know it might sound kind of weird, and they've only done it a little bit here in this series, but do you go zone at all? I mean, I just think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Williams are driving at will at you. They are getting to the rim or the paint whenever they want. Do you throw a little bit of wrinkle at them? What's left on the menu, I guess, here?
I thought about that, too.
Game 6.
Because 2011, 2 things Rick did to turn that series around. He started playing J.J. Barea, and he went zone. And the Heat had no clue what to do with the zone. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility.
And, the question mark with OKC this playoffs, Bob, has been really their three-point shooting. They haven't been, that's what makes them really.
3 of 16 the other night.
Right, yeah, and still won the game. So, can you get them into that type of shooting? Now, I know Rick might counter and say, hey, we can't rebound when it's man. I don't like the side of that, but. Again, can you find a little bit of that, 3-point barge from your bench? And then are there any wrinkles defensively you can throw at them, especially if Nembhard's going to have to handle the ball more and you don't want him on SGA for 40-some minutes?
Hey, somebody brought up to me, I think it was Jeff the caller a little bit earlier, was asking about whether or not they could go extremely small and get away with it. And I know that Rick told you guys a couple of days ago on the morning show that, all options are available on this game number 6. Winner, you're done. Do you think at all they would decide to go extremely small? Can they live with that defensively? Because really, regardless of what is happening defensively, you're living with things anyway right now. So would any of that make sense with an incredibly small lineup out here at all? I when he suggested that, Kev, I said probably not.
It's not like you're rebounding well with your normal lineup, so what's to say you're going to rebound any worse with what I guess that would be Obi for Miles if I'm kind of playing that out in my head. Obviously, that was the big debate we got into at the end of whatever game that was, game 3 or 4. I'm trying to think which one it was, where I think there was some heavy debate on, could you have stuck with Obi a little bit longer in that fourth quarter? So, Rick said to us about 1,000 times on Tuesday, all everything's on the table and all hands are on deck. So that doesn't sound like the craziest idea in the world to me.
It's Kevin Bowen, the morning show here. Bob Kravitz at BobKravitz.com. District Tap, Michelob Ultra brings us to you. Thank you for joining us before Game 6. The Pacers in a must-win situation against the Thunder. I say this, Kev, and I've talked about this. It's one thing to turn it over 24 and 22 times, but to give up what you give up in points off of turnovers, 32. It was 11 in game number 1, and you go 32 that we saw in game number 5. To me, that's the game in a nutshell right there.
Yeah, I mean, if you do that tonight, you might as well,
you might as well pack it up.
Yeah. Bump the Sandals Resort stay up a day. So, again, who are the primary ball handlers for tonight? I mean, as we talk right now, Tyrese Halliburton's on the floor trying to see where he's at from a testing standpoint, and we'll get official word here upcoming in a bit. But I think what is so stunning about the amount of turnovers, John, you and I talked about this yesterday. Theoretically, the Pacers are equipped to handle pressure because they play with 2 ball handlers on the floor so much. I mean, it's Ty and Andrew Nembhard a lot, and obviously T.J. McConnell plays a ton of minutes. So I think that has been particularly frustrating, is that you play a lot of ball handlers. It's supposed to be a strength, and right now in this series, it's been a huge liability.
That's Kevin Bowen right there, the morning show. You got time to hang?
I got one more in me.
Bob, you got one more in you,
sure,
too? Bob Kravitz at BobKravitz.com. We go until 8 o'clock. I did want to express this because our friend from Spain, the big Pacer fan, doesn't quite, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, understand the rules with the FCC. And I just wanted to apologize to anybody that heard that and may have been offended by what he had to say a little bit earlier. You did hear, if we didn't catch it in delay right there, which is normally the process, something that was inappropriate. And certainly we don't want to portray that. There was clearly a bit of a language barrier right there, and he was incredibly overexcited. I did want to apologize to those listening if you felt offended by the dialogue that you heard from our Spanish guest a little bit earlier. And my fault on that because I am ultimately the host and responsible for that right there. But again, my apologies if you heard something that offended you right there. That was our, yeah, you can't boo it. I mean, it's just a protocol right here that you need to follow to make sure we don't have a bunch of people that are offended by that particular dialogue. Again, from our Spanish friend a little bit earlier that came over and is a tremendous Pacer fan from Madrid. So my apologies to you if you felt offended by that in any way. All right, quick break. We'll come back. Michelob Ultra brings us to you. We're downtown at the District Tap. Do not go anywhere until 8 o'clock. We go. Game 6 on the inbound, and the Pacers in a must-win situation against the Thunder. 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Boom box. Describe the sound made when a sheep explodes.
93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
Hey, District Tap, we're downtown. Michelob Ultra, thank you for joining us. My man Michaels, the owner, is going to join us at the top of the hour. Kevin Bowen of the Morning Show rejoins. Bob Kravitz at bobkravitz.com as we're all in front of Game 6 with the Pacers and a must-winner tonight. I'll go all the way up until 8. Pacer pregame on the radio network follows me right here. Kevin Bowen rejoins us right now. Did you take away anything? Somebody was talking about, Rick coming on and, I think Rick is first of all, he's as transparent as Rick wants to be. There's no doubt about that. But I thought he was incredibly transparent a couple of days ago with you guys about the Hallebertton injury situation and, obviously what they're facing coming up later on tonight, Kevin, Game 6.
Yeah, agreed. I was shocked we got what we got from him. It's not like he said anything different 5 hours later either, in front of the national media. So, yeah, very appreciative of him answering the question. And That update is pretty much held par. And again, he'll speak to the media here in about 30, 40 minutes, and we'll get final word on that. And at this point, I think he plays. It's just a question of what percentage is he at, and then honestly, in Rick's career, Bob, I'd be curious how many times he's had this type of moment. Star player is hurt, wants to play in a deciding game. What's your give and take with that? Is it Ty at 80%? Is it TJ McConnell at 100%? I think that's one of the more difficult coaching dilemmas out there.
It is. Yeah, I was saying to John before, I don't think you can increase TJ's minutes. I think he's like a closer, throws 103. You're going to get 2-3 batters out of him, and that's it. And the problem is, if you make Nemhard your primary ball handler, that's an issue because he's got so much to deal with on his plate with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So I'm not sure. I just saw a little note that he's out there practicing right now. He looks okay, but again, he's not going real hard. But yeah, if he can't give them 80%, they're in serious trouble.
Like I'm not expecting it to look like last year Game 7 Knicks, but I mean, remember what OG Anunoby looked like in trying to give it a go last year against the Pacers in Game 7? I mean, he looked like John in the boot right now. So, I think that could be a legitimate.
Here's the thing that scares me, and I don't want to be Mr. Negative, but I remember when Kevin Durant came back in 2019 with the same injury. And, the severity of it, I can't compare. But also, it was a lower calf injury right by the ankle. And he went and blew his Achilles out.
Damian Lillard in round 1.
Damian Lillard.
Yeah.
Same thing. Right. Where were you when I was writing my column? I forgot all about that.
Yeah, where were you right there? So, is there any way we see Hallebertton as a decoy? Are they going to try that ploy? Because that's what concerns me the most. I'm not worried about the future and how it could be compromised next year like a Tatum or a Lillard or a Durant of the past. I'm just worried about how he looks tonight or whether or not he's going to be worthy and effective to be able to match a group that obviously, even when he's been healthy so far this series, hasn't really worked out a great deal.
Yeah, I mean, I know a comment that Rick made the other day was, let's not forget Ty was out there on the floor when we cut it to 2 there in the fourth quarter. That was a lot of Siakam just individually making plays, though. So, John, I think it's a great point. I'm sure Mark Dagnall and his staff have talked about that all right, let's start Lou Dort on Hallebertton. But if we get through that first stint, and again, Hallebertton looks like one of us three, then all of a sudden, Lou Dort slides over to Nemhard. I mean, you would think that. I mean, it's not like, if you put Shea on Tyrese or, I know Casey Wallace hasn't been a starter. It's not like they are a huge liability, but I do think there's an element of, like, Ty's got to prove to the Thunder, too. Like, I am my old self to earn the Dort assignment, and, that gets into the Nemhard thing. And remember, Eastern Conference Finals last year, Andrew Nemhard was unbelievable without Tyrese in the lineup. I know he was awful in Game 5, but he was unbelievable in that Celtics series with Ty out of there. Can he muster any of that up tonight?
Mathurin going to have one more solid performance in the finals here, or are we just a little bit too scrambled right now to think that can happen?
Gosh, predicting Mathurin is probably a
that's a fool's errand.
Game that I don't want to predict. It is his birthday today, right? 23rd birthday for Benedict Mathurin. Obviously he will be needed, and minutes-wise, he could be needed a whole lot. Again, it looks like Tyrese is going to play, but we had this debate this morning. Would you start Mathurin if Ty couldn't go? Last year in the Eastern Conference Finals, Ben Shepherd started. And guys, Ben Shepherd, last game he only played 6 minutes. I think he's borderline out of the rotation right now. So if there's a player that I think would embrace this moment, would relish it, is not going to show fear, it's Mathurin. But at times, him not showing fear can lead to turnovers. So I'd like to think he will thrive in this moment, but oh boy, I might want to bet your guys' money on that.
Threes and a step into some three-point make jumpers from Miles. Hasn't been there at all. That is so essential in this Pacers offense to play to the best of abilities. I think among the things we're talking about tonight, that is about as important as it gets.
I mean, I'll go back to the combo we had last segment. I mean, for Cason Wallace and Aaron Wiggins to hit 7 threes in Game 5, as much as Shea was an MVP, as much as Jalen Williams was even better, those guys doing that, those are back-breaking plays. The Wiggins 3 in front of the Thunder bench, I thought was a huge shot.
And think about the moments in which all these occurred too, Kev, which were big.
Yeah, so who can do that tonight? And does Miles fall into that group? Is it Obi? Is it, Ben? I still think we haven't gotten maybe the Neesmith 20-point game that we know he's capable of as well. Those are some of the guys that I would point to. And in your own building, I do think that stuff is very possible. Go back to Game 3. Without McConnell and Matherin, you don't sniff winning that game. And those are two guys that we're labeling as role players. So, who can deliver in that way? Who can Austin Crozier it, if you will, coming up tonight?
So Kevin Bowen, the morning show. James Boyd and Jeff Rickard coming up tomorrow morning. What do you think we're talking about?
I think we're talking about a Game 7. Yeah, I think I'm a huge believer in the environment lifting and not allowing the Thunder's others to step up.
Can't be celebrating on this home hardwood.
No,
with OKC.
No. Although I will say there's a lot of blue and orange downtown. There is a lot of blue and orange downtown. But yes, I think we are talking about a Game 7 on Sunday.
Bob, your thoughts? I know you got a bail too.
Yeah, I think they're going to get a decent game out of Tyrese. The good thing is for him to be good, he doesn't have to dominate scoring-wise. He can be more of a facilitator. I think Matherin's going to have a game. I think Turner's going to have a game. And I think Siakam is going to go off.
Boys, I appreciate it. Bob Kravitz, BobKravitz.com. Right here with us. Kevin Bowen, the morning show. Tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., your first word on what happens in game number 6 later on tonight. Thanks, Kev.
Sister Dap, electric. Thank you, John.
Electric it is. Thank you very much. Brought to you by Michelob Ultra. Hey, our trivia question with the Hoosier Lottery, by the way, too. All days this week, our Hoosier Lottery trivia question for a $50 scratch-off gift pack. Courtesy of the Hoosier Lottery, must be 18 or older to play. Play responsibly. The question was, on this date, going back 50 years, we are celebrating this film release, which I believe was the directorial debut out of one Steven Spielberg. James, who's on the line here for us?
We've got Andrew.
Andrew, can you name that answer to that question for me? What do you got?
Hey, JMV, I can. It's Jaws.
It is Jaws. Can you name the 3 major acting stars in Jaws from 1975?
Probably not. 35. I just randomly heard the fun fact this morning that it's 50th anniversary for Jaws. So,
it is.
Yeah.
Have you ever been afraid to go in any form of water after watching the film Jaws?
Oh, absolutely. The ocean's ginormous. I mean,
it was.
Yeah, no thank
the Hoosier
you.
Lottery, the Hoosier Lottery champions to play, $50 scratch off gift pack. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly. My man, stay on hold. James will talk with you. Congratulations. The trivia answer is Jaws, the 50-year anniversary of that. The 3 main stars, the late Roy Scheider, the late Robert Shaw, and the still with us, Richard Dreyfuss, from 1975 on this date. The film that made everybody afraid to go into any body of water. Pond, lake, pool, ocean, didn't matter. The 1975 Steven Spielberg classic, Jaws. Hoosier Lottery champions to play, $50 scratch-off gift pack. Again, got to be 18 plus to play. Please play responsibly. And thank you to our friends at the Hoosier Lottery for doing this week. This has been absolutely fun. The Hoosier Lottery with us on this show. We'll come back. Michael's the owner of the District Tap, which is hopping right now downtown. Michael's going to join us on the other side. More to come, including Chris Denery, Jeremiah Johnson, and Eddie Gill about Game 6, which is must-win for the Pacers against the Thunder. I'll take you until 8 o'clock on the pre. Do not go anywhere. It's 93.5 and 107.5, The Fan.
Ride with JMV.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Oh, thank you for joining us. We're downtown, the corner of Meridian and Georgia at the District Tap. Michelob Ultra and our friends from Zinc bring us to you before Game 6 must win. For the Pacers, Deb's the on-site engineer. It's James back at the studio. Thank you all for joining us. I'll take you until 8 o'clock. Let me first mention here, the owner, Michael, is in the house tonight. Hello, Michael. How are you?
Hey.
Did you reinstall the internet after the storms last night?
I'll tell you what, our internet's still down, but, kind of like the Pacers.
A reclamation project is
exactly.
On the inbound
We might be missing. We might not have a full roster going on, but we're serving a damn good experience, and we're showing up tonight. So we're having a lot of fun here.
Well, hang tight with us. We have Bob Kravitz's phone at bobkravitz.com right here, so I'm going to start wildly sending out X messages on behalf of Bob Kravitz right here. Eddie Gill, the former NBA guard with the Pacers and Pacers Radio Network, is looking incredible and joining us right now. Hey, buddy, check this out right here. We have the Hallebertton special on the right foot.
Listen,
it's problematic.
I feel like you brought this on your own. Last week, you invited me to the South Side to get a nice little friendly game. And I think I mentioned to you, the goal is to walk on the floor and to walk off.
It is.
And it seems like you probably had a significant limp off.
It was an issue. It's either an Achilles or it's a torn calf muscle, which is in the neighborhood of Tyrese Halliburton's situation.
Neither are good, and don't put those words in the air.
I'm not putting those words in the air.
You sitting here is okay. We can't have him sitting down like that.
Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. I do want to give a shout-out to Troy Robertson.
Yes.
And we both know a great deal, who called me last night and is going to check me out coming up tomorrow.
Yes.
He's dealt with you as well.
Yes, we're familiar with with Troy, Dr. Troy Robertson.
Yeah.
My son had 4 knee surgeries. He did one of those.
Really?
Yes.
He is excellent, and I got to thank he and Brendan, I think his assistant, who called me today. They immediately called me last night and asked me about it, and I said, I think I'll be okay today. I mean, I'm fine right now, but I slept in this boot, and I'm wearing this boot right now, and it'll be Boot City until further notice.
The beauty of it is you can still do your job.
I feel exactly. I feel as if I'm sacrificing myself for the sake of zero.
I like
later
that.
on tonight. You like that mentality?
I do like that. They're taking one for the whole city.
I'm taking one for the
whole
city,
team, but taking one for the city.
But I'm gonna tell you what, that pop hurt like hell last. Let me tell you what, I've not had a soft tissue pop like that, and it's really tells you all you need to know about the circumstances right there last night. I mean, when you go through that, that's the first time I've done that.
Yeah, man. Any injuries of that significance, you start to take for granted, just walking around every day until something like that happens to you.
Yeah, no doubt about that. All right, speaking of which, got any expectations? I thought you were right on target when you said, hey, when Hallebertton steps out there, as we have heard, then, you're supposed to play. And that's that. That's the conversation right then, right?
It actually isn't a conversation. And obviously we've made it such a big conversation because, his significance to the team and they're saying it's soreness or whatever the case may be. It's not a conversation for me. Once a guy is on the floor and we know what's at stake, you go out there and give it your all. And if health becomes an issue in that moment, then you address it then. But until then, you go play basketball.
What's your expectation for this group later on tonight? I think they're going to get a feisty bunch to see their best effort of the season tonight.
There's no question about it. I think this building in Gainbridge Fieldhouse is going to be electric. I think the Pacers themselves are going to come out with great intention, great physical play, great competitive spirit, and that's all you can ask. After that, you see where you land when the clock hits zeros.
As a former guard, too, I said this to you the other day. I want to see them play, and people ask me, how do you get them not to turn it over so much, or how do you get guys open, and talking about high ball screens and flare screens and all this, and I said, you just got to be stronger with the basketball and know that they're coming for you when you turn your head, especially on the dribble. Is it that simple?
Yeah, and I think it's decisive. And then I also think that oftentimes when you're playing in a hesitant capacity and you're trying not to make a mistake, that's when a mistake is made.
Yes.
Right? When you have that hesitancy and uncertainty, and that's just about in anything, on any level, especially when you're playing against a team of this caliber. So you think you go out there, play aggressive, play your game. If mistakes happen, which they will, 100%, you play through them, and you get to the next moment. And again, that's where I think the Thunder are elite. They're getting to the next play no matter what happens, right?
They do.
Good, bad, or indifferent. They're getting to the next play, and they're getting there with urgency. And I think if the Pacers do that, they're in great shape.
Michael, you got a question for Eddie Gill right here.
Well, shoot. Other than that, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do. Like, I'm bringing my lucky fourth quarter hat.
That's a good plan. I like the plan.
Lucky fourth quarter hat.
The initiative.
That's my plan. That's what I'm adding to the team here today.
I love that. So I love what we're doing here. This is a great team effort. So you took one for the city with this injury. Michael's going to bring the lucky hat. I feel a dub on the way.
Oh, man. What would you expect to see from Rick Carlisle tonight in terms of when you say, everything's on the table for a situation like this? Are we talking rotational minutes where normally time-wise, clock-wise, you get more to where, whatever's going, you go with it at this point in time tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you also, with an element of, hey, what got us here?
Yeah.
Right? You also have to continue to lean on that. You don't want to, I don't think he's going to stray too far from what's gotten them here and the success that they've been able to have. I look to see Andrew Nembhard be a lot more aggressive. I felt like some of his turnovers, especially late, were due to hesitancy and just, deferring to other guys. I think he's going to look to be a lot more aggressive with Hallebertton being able to play off the ball. And I think there's going to be opportunities for him to garner some extra attention. And then you see Hallebertton get some free opportunities.
Has that hesitation been disappointing? Because it's been disappointing to me. I thought if there was a team that maybe wouldn't be affected by what you're talking about being hesitant, it would be the Pacers. And we have seen that, especially in their low moments in this series.
Yeah, I don't think we can underestimate the newness of this also, and the lights shining the brightest, right? There's an element of that, but that doesn't mean that there's not a disappointment to it, right? When you're able to do that. So two things can be true in that regard. It's definitely a huge moment. It can lead to some hesitancy, but also that can also be disappointing. So I think this team, you won't see that here tonight from Nembhard and everyone else. We talked about Turner. I think that's where some of his struggles have come from. So I don't think we see a hesitant team here tonight.
What's more important to you, Eddie? Is it dialing down what we've seen with Jalen Williams and Gilgeous-Alexander, especially in game number 5, or it's just making sure you don't get dinged up by a bench that hit you with 7 3-pointers, in particular both Wiggins and we saw Wallace the other night? What's most important, you think, defensively for the Pacers this evening?
If you're making me pick one or the other, those two guys can't get 71 points. That's just too much to overcome. Those guys off the bench are going to get something, right? So if they get just a little bit of something, all those guys get a little bit of something. Chet chimes in with a little bit of something, and those guys get 70-plus points. It's going to be a problem. So I think you got to slow them down to some degree. They're so good at just about everything, and one of those being getting to the free throw line. So even if they're not shooting efficiently, they're really good at getting to the free throw line. So they're going to get some numbers, but 70-plus points is going to be a struggle.
What was it? You didn't see the bigs. The big thing was the Hartenstein out of the starting lineup and then back in. And I don't think that was as big a deal as everybody talked about, because they were fairly insignificant in game number 5, yet we still saw the Thunder run away and kind of hide with it. Was there anything to the bigs not getting the numbers that we think they may, or was it more just about the other two guys just going off in the fashion in which they did in game 5?
I think it's more about the other two guys, to be quite honest with you. Right now, it hasn't seemed to be a huge factor whether those two guys start or don't start. I do feel like, or I anticipated, the Pacers having more opportunity to get good things happening with both bigs in the lineup. Hartenstein in particular, he's not as mobile as Chet Holmgren. So I thought with both of those guys in the lineup that the Pacers will be able to get more going offensively. They haven't been able to do that as of yet. But as far as what does it mean in the grand scheme of things, I think they're the same team, whether they start 4 guards and one of them, or they have the 2 bigs out there together.
I know you got to run here. What's your feel?
I feel good. I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good. I think we've talked about the resiliency of this team. There's no better time, no greater illustration of what that'll be here tonight, being able to battle through the adverse moment that they have right now with their back up against the wall, and understanding that if it doesn't go their way, we'll pack it up and say it's been a great season, because it has been that for sure.
I was on the fast break. I was out in the lane last night feeling really good. You would have hit me with a pass like crazy. I'd have gone in, made a little something happen. Yeah. So I took one for the team.
No, I would have been on the sideline filming your social media content for you.
8 o'clock tonight, pregame coverage. Eddie Gill, the former NBA guard, Pacer point guard, is going to be a part of that, along with Mark Boyle, Pat Boylan as well. Thank you, my man. I appreciate that.
My man.
Eddie Gill with us. We'll try to check in with you tomorrow, too, if that works as well. Eddie Gill, everybody, right there. The District Tap, Michelob Ultra. Downtown, the corner of Meridian and Georgia. Chris Denery is coming up. Michael is back, the owner of the District Tap. We got something special coming up right now, don't we? No, I'm just pointing to my friend Kevin Moran from Salisbury right there in Greene County. But no, the special you got going here. This is your place.
No, this is
your time.
This is why we built this damn thing. Right
it is,
here.
man. Right here. Moments like this.
6 years ago, this is exactly why we built this.
So, look at that lovely lady right there. How are you guys doing, by the way?
We're doing good.
Michelob Ultra. I drank out of that already. Is that
the
okay?
Gatorade of beers, right?
It is.
That's how you lost all that weight.
It is. There's no doubt. Is that still mine right there, isn't it?
Nope. Actually, we got this.
Oh,
we got confusion here.
Oh, look at that girl. Hey, give her a shout out, too, by the way, man.
Hey, this is to Moira right here.
I love Moira. She knows that. We talk all the time. When I see her at other places, we talk all the time.
I mean, she does stand out here in Indy.
There's no question about it. She is very standoutish. Hey, the voice of the Pacers on TV, Chris Denery, joins us. It is Chris and Terry Denery in the house right now.
Yes.
I love this.
Terry Denery is the lucky charm. She was here for Game 6. We sat together and watched the game. There's only been a handful. I don't know how many games we've watched together in the building. Very few, she says. So
nothing of the magnitude of a Game 6 tonight. Though,
no, I mean,
right?
this is, you think about Game 6 against the Knicks. You had to win to not go to a Game 7 at New York. This is a game you have to win to go to a Game 7 at Oklahoma City. And I'll tell you what, I mean, there are a lot of fans down here, a lot of Pacers people that have a lot of pride in their team, and I think they will do whatever they can to help boost this team to a Game 6 win.
Michael.
Hey, I'll tell you what, I just got some game time news here. I guess Hallebertton was game time decision. Well, our internet got kicked out by some thunder and lightning last night. Game time, it just came back on, so we're back to full menu. So I see that as a good thing. In this.
Wow. So when did this happen? Within the last couple of minutes?
Literally, right as you started talking, I got
the
two
magic
thumbs
of Denery.
up by here. You know, it's just you guys brought it. We were running a TDT internet outage. We are back to full roster, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll tell you, is this awesome, though?
It is great.
I mean, we talked about this yesterday, just what it's meant for the city and just the pride and, not just the economics of it, which everybody's sharing in, but just to see everybody downtown wearing Pacers jerseys and T-shirts and hats. And it's June 19th.
Yeah. It's incredible.
I mean, we've had a 2-month run of playoffs, and that's been awesome.
This, as I mentioned before, my favorite team of all time, and this run, regardless of what happens, will go down in history for me as one of the greatest.
I've done this 19 years. There have been a lot of good locker rooms, but to me, there's no question this is the best, just from top to bottom. And I go 1 to 18, counting the two-way guys. And then you throw in the coaching staff and what Kevin Pritchard and his staff have done. But from 1 to 18, these are guys you want to be around on and off the floor. The way they carry themselves on the floor, but also off the floor, I think Pacers fans have a lot to be proud of. And, I've said this has sort of been a magical season. Why not make some magic and win tonight and then go do what nobody thinks you can do on Sunday, and that's win a Game 7. But before you win a Game 7, you've got to win a Game 6.
Wait, hey, Michael, am I really drinking alcohol-free beer right here? Good to see you, Jimmy.
Oh, my gosh. Wait, what the?
That's the first time ever.
Who the hell did this?
Wait a minute.
Hey, we do have that alcohol-free beer,
Maura, come on now. I believe I'm drinking alcohol-free beer right here. I've never done that before.
It tastes the same, though, right?
Ultra Zero,
right,
which is
it tastes
awesome.
the same.
It tastes the same.
Yeah.
The effect may be not.
I mean, this is the next leaf you're going to turn over?
Yes, exactly.
So here's my
That's it
question.
right there.
Are you at the game tonight?
I am not going.
You are not going?
As of this moment, I'm not going.
Okay.
See, I kind of had a little bit of a problem last night.
Well, a little hoopage problem? What'd you do?
Myself.
You Hallebertton yourself.
Really the same thing, but probably worse.
Worse? Yeah. When did you do it?
Last night at about 8:45. But I was mentioning to Eddie Gill a little bit earlier. Troy Robertson was kind enough to give me a call, the orthopedic surgeon, and we got something set up here. But yeah, taking one for the team right here, Chris.
That's why I tend to shoot free throws and not run up and down a basketball floor.
You know what? I was having a hell of a time. I was feeling really good until that moment right here. But I'm taking one for the team. Is what we're doing right here.
So would we say, unfortunately, better off for you that you took it for the team and not Tyrese?
There's no question
Absolutely.
about that. I would rather see that because, listen, I don't want to see any celebration going on in that building unless it's blue and gold celebration.
Yeah.
So I think that's where we start.
Well, and we went through that last year, if you remember, the 4-game sweep by Boston. They celebrated their Eastern Conference championship on the floor at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. And so, yeah, you don't want to see that. I just think you do whatever you can to make some magic happen on Sunday night. But again, you've got to take care of business tonight. I still think, John, this Pacers team has not played its best game yet.
I don't think it's been close.
No, not at all. The closest they got was probably game 4. For the better part of about 40-plus minutes.
Yeah.
But then the last 4 minutes sort of tainted that game. But I think they're very capable. And I just think getting off to a good start. That's the one thing that's hampered the Pacers in this series is getting off to slow starts. But give a lot of credit to Oklahoma City. It's interesting. I saw the comment that Scottie Pippen made today, and I mentioned this to you yesterday, that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Williams are the 2025 Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen in the way they carry themselves and the way they play. This is a really good team, but really good teams don't always win the championship, and hopefully the Pacers can turn it up tonight.
There is some symmetry there. There's no question. I mean, people are going to, especially from our era, some may kind of frown upon that. But I think the way you see both of these guys and their skill set makes a lot of sense.
Well, I think the interesting thing about the thing about both of these teams, John, is while they can shoot the three, they don't always have to rely on the three-point shot. And I think, you've seen Boston shooting 50, 55, 60 three-point shots. That's not something that both Oklahoma City and the Pacers will do. They can shoot the three, and they want to shoot the three, but not to the level that some of these teams shoot it. And I think, we've seen the NBA at times be a copycat league. I think a lot of teams will look at what Oklahoma City, look at how the Pacers play with pace, how they push the tempo, and I think you will see a number of teams start to figure out maybe that's how we need to play.
I've said this all along. I think this is going to become trendy for other teams around the NBA, and that's why I've always been so surprised about how some of the broadcast folks nationally have handled it. This is something you should embrace, thank you very much, Michael, and not something you don't in this case, because I think this is going to be more the rule than what we think moving forward.
Yeah, and I think from an economic standpoint, as you build your roster, it's that way as well. Both of these teams not in the tax. Sure. They've got young players. Now, they're going to get close to the tax or over the tax because you're going to have to pay players. But both of these teams, think about it, John, 3 years ago, both teams won in the 20s. Now, you can say that Oklahoma City sort of tore it down.
Yeah.
The Pacers really didn't tear it down, but they were still in a rebuild mode, and both of these franchises have rebuilt it very, very fast.
All right, you got to run, or can you stay?
We got to get something to eat at some point.
But
I know a good place for that.
I think I know a guy that can help you out right here.
I think we can clear all this promo material right off your table, and we can set up a nice spread.
You want to do that right there?
Hey, we can do this.
Michael,
absolutely. I can bring out some new food
Tell everybody,
menu
by the way, before we go to a break here, what you got going on, Michael, besides all the Pacer fans and the fun right now.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Well, we're back to a full menu, and actually we really recently launched some new menu items. So you guys should all come down here. Steaks are phenomenal. Burgers are phenomenal. I got to make sure that we're actually serving our grouper tonight, but I know that I'm about to have a lucky.
Are we grilled or we breaded with the
sandwich.
grouper?
We are absolutely blackened grouper.
Dude. I can do that.
I'll tell you what, we're doing it two ways. We're doing a Cran's grouper sandwich with a relish on it, because I've been all over this grouper thing for a while.
I like it.
And then also we've got a grouper piccata menu, or a dinner menu item that is to die for. It's absolutely delicious.
Is this like a secret menu?
So no, it just got launched. We just launched our new menu on Monday. So.
Okay. Makes sense. Well, I'll tell you what, I like the grouper. So, yeah, you guys want to hang out for a little bit then?
Yeah, we'll hang.
That.
Yeah.
Michael's going to hang out as well. I think JJ, hey, by the way, Chris, are you going to see Bob Kravitz because he left his phone here?
I can try to find him. Yeah.
Yeah, take it to Bob Kravitz.
Yeah.
But you can't text him.
I can't text him.
You can't text him.
James, tell Bob Kravitz that Chris Denery will have his phone over at the field house later on tonight.
Bob, are you listening to the radio right now?
I'm sure he is not, but he's freaked out about the loss of his phone. Guys, we'll take a break, come back. Michael, the owner's going to join us. Chris Denery, voice of the Pacers on TV, will join us. We'll go until 8 o'clock before Game 6 at the District Tap, downtown location, Michelob Ultra, and our friends from Zinc bring us to you. Don't go anywhere, and I'm going to sign up some folks for the PXG Golf Club as well. Don't go anywhere. We want to make sure you're a part of that, too. 93.5, 107.5 The Fan.
Question for you. What color is an orange? Ted, you bonehead. Its color is the same as its name, just like a lemon.
93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Now, welcome back. Hey, we're downtown District Tap. Michelob Ultra, Zinc, our good friends are here. Getting you set for Game 6 tonight. 8 o'clock, your coverage begins. We'll go until then. Pacers Radio Network pregame. We've had so many guests today. I don't know if I can recollect them all right here, but I want to thank everybody for listening and be a part of the show. If you've come down here, if you're not, just listening, thank you very much. Chris Denery is the television voice of the Pacers. He's hanging with us with the lovely and talented Terry Denery, whom I've met for the first time.
You've met for the first time. Yeah, Terry Denery, we met when we were in high school.
That's awesome.
41 years married, 47 together.
That's awesome, man.
My dad was the matchmaker. We were driving the, I think I told the story, the wood-paneled station wagon with 5 kids through downtown Westfield. She was walking home from school. My dad said, boy, that's a cute girl. You ought to get to know her. I'm like, basketball, golf, you know. I didn't.
So awesome.
A year later, I was smart.
That is so smart.
So yeah.
I am so honored to make the acquaintance of Terry Denery
I'm
tonight.
glad she's here. You know, it was easy. I think she would agree that I did a better job watching the game with her in Cambridge Fieldhouse than I do at home.
Sure. You're a little bit wild at home.
I am a nervous Nelly anyway, and I don't do a good job watching games.
Yeah, makes sense.
Because when you're doing play-by-play, you have a job, right?
You're invested.
You're into it, and you're nervous for your team, but you've got a job to do. So we'll see how tonight goes with Chris sitting next to Terry in the stands.
I'm excited about it. Michael's the owner of the District Tap. That's a location downtown right now. 2 of them, in fact. Clearwater Crossing on the north side and the downtown location. Michael, you got something special you're going to share with us all right here, don't you?
I do have something special. So actually, a few months back, we went down to Kentucky, and we got to do a barrel pick of Blanton's Gold.
Cool.
Specially selected. And,
I love it.
Then they bottled it specifically for us here at the District Tap. So for a limited run, we will be having Blanton's Gold that we got to go down and choose. And we're going to do something special right now. This is the very first bottle.
No, it's not.
That has been opened up. So we've got like about 100 and I think it's like 40 of these.
I can't wait.
Or so. But we're about to taste this for the very first time. And so here's what's special.
I'm a shooter, not a taster, though. Remember that.
So here's what's special about Blanton's Gold over regular Blanton's is that it's an extra 10 proof. Normal Blanton's is 91 proof. This is 100, actually 103 proof.
Oh, cool. All right.
So just like the Pacers tonight, we're going to give an extra 10.
We are.
Plus
yes, we are.
Percent.
We may give a little bit more
this game.
before that's over too. That's outstanding. All right.
Chris, would you like to partake?
I'll have a sip.
I love
it. I think this is the good luck all around.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Does
Terry Denery, would you like to partake?
Does Terry Denery, would she like to partake?
Yes,
this is for good luck.
Denery. Well done. That is so good.
This is amazing right here. It's all or nothing tonight.
The first bottle. One more time, Michael. Tell everybody about this. The first bottle.
So we have a full barrel that was bottled specifically for the District Tap.
That's nice.
And possibly, maybe, actually, you know what? My director of operations is going to kill me for telling everyone this, but at a certain point in time, if you follow the District Tap.com. If you're following us on Facebook and Instagram, there will be a day coming up in the future where we're going to be selling off 50 of these bottles at our Northside location. So you want to follow it. People are asking me about this. We're about to have this taste for the very first time. So with that extra proof, it's going to come a little heat.
Yes.
But, we're going to bring it tonight.
I got it. Cheers to everybody.
Salud.
Cheers to the Pacers.
Let's go, sirs.
That is so smooth.
Smooth.
What do you think, buddy?
I think that.
Terry Denery with the thumbs up, Chris.
That is fan bleeping-tastic right there.
Here's the thing. You brought Terry out for the first time. This cannot be the last.
No, it cannot be.
It cannot be the last.
No.
That is absolutely
Now,
awesome.
I noticed Terry shot hers, Chris,
I
and
know.
you're still sipping on yours.
Terry,
I would sip
Terry
this,
and
by
I
the
on
way.
the same page right there.
And we only live like
Terry's a shooter.
We only live like 5 minutes from the district tap on the north side.
Yeah,
so,
see?
There we go.
There you go, right there. All right, you guys going to come back with us on the other side?
Yeah, I'll be
A little
here.
bit more discussion regarding Game 6
Wait,
with the Pacers.
tip-off is still an hour and a half away.
Yeah, well, I'm here until 8 o'clock, so I'm going nowhere for the next hour and 5 minutes. Let's take a break, and we'll come back. The district tap, we're at the corner of Meridian and Georgia with Michelob Ultra. Deb's the engineer. James back in the studio. We'll take a break. James, go ahead and get 3 signees right now as we'll give away that golf club courtesy of PXG and Pennzoil coming up on tomorrow's show. I'll be live at Victory Field tomorrow. I'll explain a little bit later on. Get 3 signees for that right now at 239-1070. We're back with you with more Game 6 conversation on the other side. 93.5, 107.5 The Fan.
The Ride with JMV.
Here's Johnny. Don't. David Letterman.
Hi, David. I'm Grandpa.
93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Final hour of the show.
That's what I thought.
Thank you very much for joining us. We are loaded until the top of the hour. Pacers Radio Network takes over then with the pregame show. Eddie Gill, by the way, joined us a little bit earlier. Podcast on everything today. Well, I don't know about everything. Most of the things today. James, is that fair to say? Most things said on the air today. Podcast 107.5 The Fan.com. James back in the studio. We'll be at Victory Field coming up tomorrow. Let me go ahead and get into that right there. We'll be there for the high school baseball finals and obviously a full-scale recap of Game 6 later on tonight. Let me reset for you right here at the District Tap. Michelob Ultra, our friends from Zinc, bring us to you on this pre for game number 6. Chris Denery joins us, Pacers TV.
Would you say Terry was the MVP of that?
You know what? I think Terry Denery's awesome.
Wow.
Does Terry realize how she can hang with me with that? She shot that just like I did.
She could hang with you better than she hangs with me.
You kind of sipped.
I think she took the gold.
Sipping.
She took the gold.
Yeah.
That's Michael, the owner here of the District Tap. I was impressed, Michael.
I was blown away. I mean, this is some good stuff. I was sipping. You're shooting. Terry's shooting.
That's some street cred, right?
It is.
Street cred,
What shooting did I miss?
That's Jeremiah Johnson of Pacers TV as well right here.
I think you might have to try this.
Would you like to try one, JJ? I think you should. Hey, I never allow a human to drink alone either. So
did Chris participate?
Yes, Chris can. Yeah.
All right.
Terry, this is the very
Chris can
first.
Participate. Terry can participate right here. We're all going to explain what we're doing again.
All right,
Michael.
so this is the very first bottle from our barrel pick from Blanton's Gold. And I couldn't think of a more magical moment to release this thing. So we are all we as a company, all of our managers went down and picked out a barrel of Blanton's. We were given 4 options.
Yeah.
We tasted the notes, the this, the that, everything else, and we chose on this one, and it was just bottled and delivered to us. And right now, this is the very first bottle. So for good luck tonight, in this moment, I think we got to fill it up again. What do you guys say?
I've taken one for the team already with this maybe Achilles injury here, so I'm good. With my boot.
Does JJ know about this?
I saw it on social media, so yeah.
I think that the Denerys have to share. What do you think?
Hey, again, a shout out to Troy Robertson.
You better have the first sip.
The surgeon, the doctor that reached out to me last night. So that's Troy Robertson who.
So you had a procedure done already, or just got you in the boot?
No, I'm going to go in tomorrow. I need an MRI probably.
In case you're needed for a game over the weekend.
Well, Josh Mullins, that's Braylon's dad, has already reached out because I was supposed to play with him. So I've got to get back in relatively quickly.
Does
my healing juices.
Does Dormelio know about this?
Dormelio knows. He's been guiding me through it last night. I called him, and he's the first one I called.
So do we anticipate it is Achilles?
I think it's more of a calf tear. That's how I felt.
Did you just drop to the ground?
I did not. No, I just said, hey, I'm done right here. It was a pop, and people heard it. I heard it. It was a snap that I felt. It was like somebody, if there was a wire attached to my calf and my heel, it was like somebody yanked on it as hard as they possibly could.
I don't know.
It was bad.
We saw a couple of Achilles in the beginning of the season. I don't want to see those again.
I don't either. I want to see Ike back here relatively soon. I can't wait until next year, by the way, with Isaiah Jackson being back.
Isaiah Jackson, and we've said this, look at his body. I mean, he looks like a different
agree. He
person.
Does. He does.
And we saw him.
I was half checking the injury report a couple days ago, thinking maybe he would pop up as questionable.
I mean, JJ and I saw him throughout the year as he would work out and do more and more on the road. And seeing his body, how big it got, it was like, man, that guy has a real chance, I think, to be really good.
Guys, they're missing that aspect of that right now because I think in this series, he'd be fun as hell to watch and really somebody very productive.
Yeah, I think he's a restricted free agent. I think that's what he is coming up. But great young guy. Yeah. Great young guy.
JJ joins us, Jeremiah Johnson, Pacers television as well. We've had a lot of conversations over the course of, the really past month. So it comes down to this, at least at the very beginning later on tonight.
And I think what you said is accurate. The very beginning of the game is what I'll be watching. You know the crowd will bring the energy. Can they just play free and loose and confident?
Yeah.
And everyone watching the game, whether in person or on television, or maybe every member of that coaching staff and then medical staff, they'll all be watching Tyrese Hallebertton. But to me, as important as that is the other 4 players on the court to just play their game, not be hesitant at all, not be apprehensive, and just play, and then let Tyrese ease into things just a little bit. But how this game starts, to me, will go a long way towards how it finishes.
I agree, and we talked about it before JJ came back. The Pacers have not played their best game. They've not gotten off to good starts, and I think that's something to watch tonight. I sort of harken back to a year ago, and I know from 24 to 25 it's different, but the Pacers were in this situation a year ago in the New York series. They got blown out by 30 in Game 5, came here and won Game 6, and then went to New York and did something that nobody thought they could do, and that's a dynamite performance in Game 7 to go to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Guys, all bets are off if you end up winning tonight and forcing a decisive Game 7, because nobody thought that there was an opportunity for this, and here you are.
Yeah, and the other thing about the setup and the scenario right now is this. Being down 3-2 and having everyone talk about a parade in Oklahoma City and all of the fans and media that maybe descended upon Indiana to see the Thunder win their championship, that's sort of what the Pacers are used to. They're used to being counted out. So I don't necessarily mind the setup from that scenario to be the underdog again. They've been one of the best NBA playoff underdogs in recent memory.
Didn't Tyrese mention that this is somewhat poetry, considering what they've been through, what they've done, what they've accomplished?
If it was going to be easy, it wouldn't be the Pacers.
Well, this has been, Chris, the fabric of being the resilient team, and it's kind of right down the line with what you
think
expect.
about what happened in March, April, May, and June. When you were counting the Pacers out, people did. They found a way to win. And to me, it all started with that 4-point play by Tyrese across the street.
In Milwaukee.
In the Milwaukee game. And the Dallas game. The Pacers were down 9 with a minute to play and 1 in regulation. And we've seen so many times when their backs have been against the wall, they have found a way to win. The thing I was thinking about, John, is what's so cool for JJ and I, this is something we don't get to experience very often.
No doubt. You can be a fan tonight.
We can be a fan, and we're here with the fans before the game because usually about 4:30, we're in the media room. We don't get to experience this. So I've said some way we've got to have a pregame show here.
Well, maybe on Sunday, if they're in Oklahoma City, we join John for his pregame.
I could be with you. I could just be the court jester like I always am right here.
Just don't forget to bring JMV.
I just love the fact they're getting to experience it in June. With this weather, this is kind of what I remember when I fell in love with the Pacers in the 90s is May basketball. The one year it went into June, but just when it's summertime and you're walking around with short sleeves. And I walked from the field house here in about 30 minutes ago. And I think probably 15 people wanted to give me a fist bump and say, go Pacers. And that's what I did when I was a fan of this team. And I love that that's coming back right now.
Well, I think about it all over the city and the suburbs. I saw the video from, I think it was Game 3. It wasn't Game 4 because of the weather. Game 3, there were almost 4,000 people at the Nickel Plate Amphitheater in Fishers watching the game. That, to me, is what this is all about.
So, Chris Denery, Pacers TV, Jeremiah Johnson, Pacers TV. Michael's the owner of the District Tap. Michelob Ultra brings us to you. Michael, take it away here because we got another special drink here, don't we?
Hey, well, gentlemen, we've got the very first bottle of our Blanton's Gold that we here, the managers of the District Tap, selected. So I want to raise a toast right here.
Yes.
Here's the Game 7. Here's the Destiny.
Destiny.
Let's go Gold.
To Destiny, everybody right there, Michael. Thank you very much.
There we go.
Terry, you handed yours to Terry.
I handed mine to Terry. Terry Denery. Oh, my.
Is it inappropriate for me to say I love your wife? She is awesome. You know how she can hang?
You didn't answer the question. Is it inappropriate?
Is it inappropriate?
No, it's all right, John.
The awesome Michelle is watching right now and says this is Michael Moore to be sipped and not shot.
That was kind of my thought.
Is that truth to that? I can't help it. I'm too much of a hillbilly. I got to shoot it.
This is a damn good bottle of whiskey, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
Let me tell you this. That's smooth as hell right there, Michael. Well done out of you.
Yeah, well,
was that your selection of the barrel?
We're very fortunate. No, yeah, well, we all selected it. So we took 8 of our team members down, and we all got to vote on it. What was amazing was that we all narrowed it down to 2, and after that, we came to a final selection, and it's absolutely wonderful.
Michael, I do want to ask this question for your location on the north side and here.
Sure.
How important and impactful has this playoff run been for you guys?
This is so amazing. So here's what's absolutely. We just celebrated our 10-year anniversary at the Northside location. We opened up exactly 6 months before the pandemic downtown. And I actually just posted about this on Facebook the other day, and I rarely post anything. To be able to see where this city was 5 years ago and where it is today, and the fact that we are here on June 19th and we're all celebrating. You spoke about so many unifying things. I have met so many people, different from me, everything else, but this city is so unified right now, and to see everything that's happened downtown over the last 6 years, and to see this city so unified and together, this is a magical moment.
Yeah.
This is truly a magical moment, and I'm very grateful to be a participant.
That is so well said right here, too, because this is something where you mentioned a little bit earlier, everybody comes together on this.
Yes.
It's really special because we rarely come together on a damn thing, but this is it right here.
Yeah. And you think that's the great thing about sports. I mean, I saw something on Facebook, Purdue fans and IU fans coming together to root for the Pacers.
Sure.
That doesn't,
the house no longer divided.
Painter, by the way, rocking the gold T-shirt in game number 4, I guess it was, right there. Rocking, sitting right down there, rocking the gold T-shirt. Man, he gets it.
Yeah, no question about it. And that's been the neat thing for me, and I think back 25 years ago, the opportunity the Pacers had to be in the NBA Finals for the first time. And now here we are in the final home game of the season. It's been a long season. We go all the way back to October when we started doing preseason games. That this is the final time that we will cheer on the Pacers at Gainbridge Fieldhouse, and hopefully it's a chance to go to Game 7 and see what happens.
53 games at home when you go back and consider the preseason. And to your point about Indiana fans, Purdue fans, Butler fans pulling for this team, I was just on Sirius XM NBA radio with Justin Termini and Sam Mitchell, and they raved about how much they like watching this team play basketball. And that's one of the things, we see it all the time, but a national audience is now kind of falling in love with this team because of their unselfishness, the way they pass, the way they play, and it's what has allowed all of these Indiana basketball fans, whether you're IU, Purdue, Butler, Notre Dame, it does not matter, Indiana State, you all love the Pacers, not just because they're Indiana's team, but because of the way they do it.
Guys, we've talked about this over and over again. The embracing of this team comes from how we all grew up. It's a team concept, right? And when we're born and we fall in love with basketball immediately in this state, we are preached the team concept by whatever coach, whatever guidance we have. And this is what this team has done. This is who they are. This is why they're this good. So this is as embraceable as any product basketball-wise we have seen in years.
And I think you have to give a lot of credit to a lot of people, but I'm also going to start with the 2 All-Stars, Tyrese Hallebertton and Pascal Siakam.
Right.
Their leadership, the way they lead, the way they embrace their teammates, that doesn't happen all the time with All-Stars. It just doesn't. And I just think the way that Tyrese does things, when he came to this franchise 3 years ago, all things changed. We didn't necessarily see it in that first season. He came in January. The Pacers won 25 games. But the way they have put this thing together and the way they've been led by their All-Stars, I think is something special.
This is, as Tyrese Halliburton said, could be poetry coming up later on tonight. So we'll get down to it a little bit here. What do you expect out of Halliburton?
Well, I didn't like some of the narrative about Game 5 of saying he wasn't aggressive. I could tell he just was not healthy.
He wasn't.
Did he have the time in the 2 days off since with the treatment and not knowing the severity of the sprain to play with, more like himself than he was in Game 5? I don't know that it's a guarantee. I mean, we've seen him shoot on the court, but you know what's going to happen. As if they weren't already doing it, the Thunder are going to attack him, and they're going to test him. If you're out there and you're hobbled at all or slow, they'll figure it out. So I don't know necessarily to say what I expect. I just hope he's able to get through the game and sort of be himself. But he wasn't himself in Game 5. And if he's not going to be himself, you really don't want him out there.
You don't want to see him as a decoy.
No.
I want to see him being Tyrese Halliburton.
But still, the best thing is I just pulled up the email we got from Pacers PR, Tyrese Halliburton available.
Yeah.
So he's giving it a go.
What minutes-wise, how does Rick Carlisle handle tonight in terms of if things aren't going right? You have your normal rotational minutes here. How is that handled?
I mean, I think the thing about Rick is he looks at each game, each possession differently. He doesn't have a set-in-stone rotation. It's like he has a feel for the game with how he's going to do things.
I think that T.J. McConnell is due for a different kind of role in that, he may not play a lot more minutes, but some more and maybe shorter stints.
Yeah.
So maybe he gets into the game earlier because you need his help handling the basketball, taking some pressure off of Andrew Nembhard, because to me, you still want Andrew Nembhard guarding Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And if that's his primary function, he also can't be tasked with the primary responsibility of getting your offense going. So I'm looking to see T.J. McConnell maybe come into the game even earlier and play a 3 or 4 minute stretch of time, get him out, get a break, another 3 or 4 minutes. And we haven't seen that at all this season. That could be an adjustment that we see.
And in this series, because of what you're dealing with Oklahoma City, you always see 2 ball handlers on the floor. It's always Hallebertton and Nembhard, Hallebertton and McConnell, McConnell and Nembhard. You can't just have one person out there trying to navigate this Oklahoma City defense.
And the wild card is Benedict Mathurin in this situation, because everyone will naturally say, oh, you have to have a big game from Mathurin. I do think it would be nice, but I don't want to just go into this game if Tyrese is limited in any way and say it all falls on Mathurin's shoulders, because when he gets his, it's not exactly, it doesn't match up with how the rest of them always play. It's quick spurts. It's that microwave style of scoring. So we'll see what happens. I mean, it's going to be fascinating theater, and I know they've got plan A. It's almost like the front office when they prepare for a draft, and they've got plan A, plan B, plan C. There are probably like all the way down to plan J for this game.
So turnovers have been an issue, but even more so than turnovers is the points off of turnovers. They survived 24 in Game 1, didn't survive Game 5 in 22. Let's start right there with the points off turnovers.
Yeah, I mean, you were awfully lucky in Game 1 that you only gave up a handful of points off turnovers. You especially cannot give Oklahoma City live ball turnovers. Rick Carlisle said, he said, I'd rather you hit this no smoking sign than to have the ball on the floor and them able to get it. So
he normally doesn't want the ball hitting the no smoking sign.
He doesn't want it to hit the no smoking sign, but I'd rather it hit the no smoking sign than it be on the floor and they're able to go.
So Game 1 was more about not live ball turnovers. I thought in Game 1 they got back relatively well on all those turnovers. I thought that helped a great deal.
Yeah, it's transition defense, whether it's off a rebound or off of a turnover, so that's been emphasized. The other thing that I saw in Game 5, which I was not expecting at all, the Pacers had like 18 offensive rebounds, and that's not a number we normally see, and that is a weakness, even despite their big lineup. I mean, you could say what Chet Holmgren's strengths are, and he is a great young player. He's still not a great defensive rebounder, and I don't know if it was I'm guessing it was emphasized a little bit by the Pacers that you don't want to just recklessly crash, but 2 of you try to go get a rebound, get a second chance opportunity, because the offense is hard to come by, and especially if it's a long rebound, there is a chance to go get that. The Thunder had their fair share. I believe it was like 18-19 in offensive rebounds, so you want to keep the Thunder off the glass, but that is a sneaky number to watch tonight because you could get some second chance opportunities off the glass.
I mean, what was crazy about Game 5 is if you look at just numbers, and again, people will look at stat sheets, the Pacers outshot Oklahoma City 45% to 44%. The three-point shots Oklahoma City shot 44%.
Plus 4 on the glass, too, by the way.
It was the turnovers.
Yeah,
I mean,
was.
23 turnovers, 32 points.
Points off of turnovers.
That was it.
Yeah.
That was it.
That was it. I would factor in that, guys, and I would suggest when you give up 40-plus and then 30-plus to two guys, you can't have anything off the bench.
Right.
And they had 7 threes.
Yeah.
And between Wallace and Wiggins, they were timely threes. They were either in the midst of a Pacer run or kind of piling on what the Thunder were doing, and that's something you cannot survive.
Cason Wallace, I believe, was 0 for 10 prior to hitting those three-point shots the other night. And that's the issue. We're all taught, as you talked about basketball, team basketball. From a defensive standpoint, we're all taught to help, right? But you can overhelp. And I think that's what happened to the Pacers a number of times. They overhelped off Wallace and Wiggins and allowed them to be open to shoot threes.
You guys got time on the other side? When do we got to go here?
I'm good, but...
I got a few more minutes.
All right, Chris and JJ on the other side. Michael, want to add anything before we hit a break here? Make sure everybody knows what we're doing here.
Right now we're crafts, cocktails, and damn good food at the District Tap. And cheers to the Pacers.
Yes.
One hell of a season. Blanton's gold. It's a magical moment.
We are going to make sure that we bring Terry Denery to the north side.
I love Terry Denery.
Yeah, I know you love
that. It's our first time meeting.
And she's 1-0 in the playoffs, so you had a streak that was broken,
It was
right?
broken. It was broken.
I mean, there's
in game
always,
4.
you know, I've got boys. Youngest son thinks he's the magic. And then middle son and his wife went for game 4, and that didn't go so well. So we're bringing out the heavy hitter for game 6.
And the lucky fourth quarter hat right here.
Exactly. Michael is the owner of the District Tab. Chris Denery, JJ on the other side. We'll come back with the District Tab downtown. Michelob Ultra brings us to you. Game 6 must win for the Pacers. We will get you there on 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan.
The Ride with JMV.
Are you kidding?
93.5 and 107.5. The Fan.
Jay's back in the studio. I hope I cannot go see a band that I've been trying to see forever. Simple Minds coming up on Sunday night. Simple Minds, soft sell, Ruoff Music Center, tickets available. Jim Kerr and Simple Minds. I want to see them, but I'd rather see the Pacers in Game 7. So
yes,
Pacers win Game 6. Then I'm not going to go see Simple Minds for the first time in my life. Chris Denery coming up on Sunday.
Hey, I just want to tell you, we got some street cred from now 29-year-old Max Denery.
That's so awesome.
He said, Blanton, wow.
the awesome Terry Denery. I'm so impressed by your wife right there. Seriously. Do they make any more like that?
Do you want to try to find one?
That's incredibly impressive. Jeremiah Johnson of Pacers Television also with us. That's Chris Denery, and Michael is the owner of the District Tap downtown with Michelob Ultra. That's what we're doing, and you brought the Blantons for us, didn't you, buddy?
We did. We've had some magical moments so far. This stuff is delicious.
It is. Yeah. Are you going to the game, brother?
I haven't tasted this since I was at the distillery. Yes. We're at the game. It's actually Moira's first time to go to the final series with us because we've got 4 half-season tickets, so we've been selling 2 tickets to get the other game. So Moira is coming to tonight.
Yeah.
Are you ever jealous because I talk to Moira more than I talk to you most of the time?
You know what? You would be like a normal friend of mine.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, Terry and I will be sitting in our seats.
Yes.
I've done it only a few times, a handful of times this year. In fact, the 4 games that we had on TNT, I just sort of roamed around. So I roamed around for games 3 and 4. JJ, are you roaming around or are you sitting in seats?
I'll be top row in the media overflow.
Okay. All right.
You know what? After seeing every game courtside, you can see a lot up top.
So you're up there with the nerds?
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool, man.
I fit right in.
That's awesome. The nerds are good, though. I like the nerds. Nothing wrong with the nerds.
Yeah. But you're going home to watch?
I'm going to have to go home.
You told me the story, a few weeks ago, that you were out, you left at halftime, and you said there was nobody on the roads?
Nobody.
Like everybody.
It was game 1 that they won, and I was at the Ale on the
I'll just tell you, in market, what I've seen through the first 4 games, I've not seen the 5th game rating yet. And we know television is consumed differently now, right? Yeah. It is differently. 1 out of every 2 TVs on is watching the game.
Chris, the reason why nationally it's now more popular is because of their broadcast partner. And I'm talking about the NBA's broadcast partner, so inept. All they do is piss and moan about it. You can tell there's been a change now of, hey, this is must-watch TV at the beginning, because I would suggest they haven't watched the Pacers. At the beginning, it was all about how bad it was going to be, how terrible it was going to be. And I'm sorry, there's a lot of sheep out there. That will run the sheep off.
I mean, we said this. There's a certain show out there, a former player, Lou Williams, I'll say.
He doesn't know anything about
Lou Williams finally said, I watch the Pacers all year long.
But
then finally he said, gee, I've watched the Pacers, and they're really good. Well, gee, Lou, you played against the Pacers for your 12-year career.
Yes. And that's, I think, sets a tone for a lot of the reasons why nationally you don't end up seeing a bigger number.
I would say tonight nationally should be a good number if it goes to a Game 7. Game 7, those 2 words are the magical 2 words in sports. If it's Game 7 on Sunday, I think it will do a huge number just because it's Game 7, regardless of it's Oklahoma City or the Pacers.
I guess I'll repeat what I said, that I appreciate that a lot of these fans nationally and around the world are kind of appreciating the Pacers. That includes the national media. It'll be interesting to see, no matter what happens the next week, the national TV schedule for next season. Like, do the Pacers get a Christmas Day game? I mean, you would have thought that was unheard of. Well, 2004 was the last time the Pacers were playing on Christmas. what is even more unheard of is that the Thunder entered this season as a championship favorite, and they weren't even playing on Christmas.
Right.
So this is the start. Who knows? I mean, what if you see over the next 5 years these teams play in the finals 2 or 3 times?
Right.
I mean, that's an optimistic view, but I could see it happening. These are young teams that are built the right way, and you're giving a lot of fans a chance to experience Pacers basketball and Thunder basketball, and nothing would be better than to see a Game 7 on Sunday.
I mean, look at it. Benedict Mathurin, it's his birthday. He's 23 years old.
Yeah.
Jalen Williams on the other side is in his 3rd year. He's a young guy. I mean, both of these teams have a lot of talented young players, and that's what this series has been all about.
Team-wise, cohesion, and pace of play.
Yeah.
That is going to be the future of the NBA right here. No longer are we going to see, hey, if you add somebody with a superstar player, 2 superstars together is going to get it done. Because think about this. When you look at Milwaukee, 1 superstar done. They're in trouble this season coming up. Boston in trouble this season with no Tatum coming up. This is going to become a trend of the NBA that is the team-oriented, fill in all the gaps, play. And the other thing that stands out to me, how many coaches have said, we have to be in better shape? These dudes are in great shape.
Right.
Now we have to be in better shape by virtue of what you see, JJ, with these 2 teams in the finals.
I'll go back to our sit-down interviews before last year's playoff run. The 2 big questions that I wanted to ask that we sort of built some features around before that first series against Milwaukee was, does the game have to slow down in the playoffs, and do you have to shorten the rotation? And to a man, they all said, well, I don't know why. It's still basketball. We can still play fast, and we can still play 10 guys. And in last playoff run, they did, and for this playoff run, they are. And that is basically a model for some of the other teams around the NBA to follow. To your point, you have to have a really good 9th, 10th, 11th man, because those guys are going to come in handy. And the Pacers will use different rotations, but they are using a deep bench. And that is the reason why they've been able to finish these games off so well. I know the last couple didn't go so well, but their starters are fresh because they allow their second unit to play.
And the quality of a coach, and he's a Hall of Fame coach, is can you adapt? And there's no question that you've seen Rick Carlisle over the length of his 20-plus year career, how he's adapted and how he's utilized players. He said that when he got Jason Kidd, he said, look, I've got one of the best point guards in the history of the NBA. I've got to let him do his stuff. When the Pacers made the acquisition of Tyrese Hallebertton, they put the ball in his hands and decided, hey, we're going to go to a read and react offense. We're going to let these guys play. And I think that's the sign of what you could see in the NBA, of coaches sort of loosening their grip over how they treat their players.
How do they adapt tonight? What's the adapting? Is it just the moment?
You've got to adapt to the moment. You've got to be stronger with the basketball. We're going to see, I think, in the first 5-6 minutes how this game could go. You don't want to fall behind early like you've fallen behind in these games. Can you come back? Yes. But this is Oklahoma City. This is not Cleveland. This is not New York. They're a little bit different animal.
And I just had someone come up to me and say, how about you try a little zone? It's little tweaks that I could envision happening tonight because I think Rick Carlisle's words on the morning show this week was all the cards are on the table.
Sure.
Anything they can try, they will. And will you expect to see a little bit of zone? Probably. Now, you can't do it very long, I don't think, against a high-level offensive team like the Thunder. But again, I guess I'll go back to what I thought at the beginning of the series. I'll challenge the Thunder players, not named maybe, let's say, Williams and Gilgeous-Alexander. I'll challenge those guys to beat me. And you'll also, within reason, give them some three-point looks. Make them shoot the percentage they did in Game 5 because I don't see them replicating it tonight.
Yeah, I think those are all great points. And, again, I'm just looking for a better start and a chance for this team to play its best game of the playoffs because clearly I think that's still out there.
Play like Game 3, right? Game 3, play it tonight and you're going to go to OKC.
Well, I mean, fourth quarter of Game 3 I thought was perfect for how you challenge and beat the Thunder. We just haven't seen that any other time.
Yeah.
Michael, what do you got?
Hey, I just feel like we are in real time, like the next 30 for 30 coming out right now. Like this is the footage that's going to be used in what is the classic Pacers-Knicks rivalry Is it now the Pacers OKC rivalry?
Well,
that'd be fun.
And I get what you're saying here, too, because this team has been so good in the clutch and been so resilient. And there is nothing that would show more resiliency than pushing this to a decisive Game 7 on Sunday night, JJ.
You'll appreciate this. I listened to some national podcasts, and one of them, The Mismatch, and Chris Vernon said, you remember the Sports Illustrated DVDs at the end of a championship run? You always wanted to extend your subscription to get the championship DVD. They don't do those anymore, but the Pacers championship DVD would be legendary from this season with all of those games. And there is a lot of the behind-the-scenes footage that's being captured for Tyrese's Netflix
That's what I was going to say. I was just going to say that about Netflix.
They could really make that whole series about him, even though there are 5 players they're featuring.
You know, the PGA Tour has their Netflix series. F1 has theirs. They've been following Tyrese all year long. And what Tyrese has done thus far is pretty amazing.
This year's been a movie for him.
What he could do in the final 2 games, I mean, that is a must-see Netflix series.
And let's play off of that for a moment. Etched in stone in Pacers lore for all of time, if Tyrese Halleberton is the legit Halleberton that we hope to see later on tonight, guys. Because I don't think we've ever seen anything like that before.
Willis Reed, right? I mean, they still talk about Willis Reed. What if he summons the energy to go have a legendary game
just being
with the calf string?
Here's the thing. We know, and I think Aaron Nesmith went through this earlier in the playoffs with his ankle. This athletic training staff and sports performance crew have done everything possible to put him in this place to be the best that he can be right now. And so I have great faith in them. The fact that he's available means that they've done some good work over the last 24 to 36 hours.
And to piggyback on what John just said, I was thinking about this earlier today. I was doing some morning show live shots, and I was talking about this team. And we'll see players from that 2000 finals team at Gainbridge Fieldhouse tonight. And they will be celebrated. They are still held in such high regard. In the moment, it's kind of hard to understand that these guys now will be thought of in that way for 25 years from now. But imagine if they could take it one step further and not be the runner-up. If they could be an NBA champion, you'll put them in that category with those Colts from 2007. I mean, the guys that never have to buy a beer or a meal in Indiana, and maybe they still won't have to.
Guys, this is my favorite team of all time here locally. Of all time. Any profession, any collegiate team, my favorite team of all time is this one.
To be a sophomore or junior in high school right now, imagine those feelings.
There's no doubt.
I feel like I'm in high school.
Yeah. I mean,
I graduated in 01.
Yeah.
This is taking me back to so many different magical memories. It's putting me right into that space.
Yeah. And I don't want to wait another 25 years. I was a lot younger 25 years ago.
But you can't take it for granted.
No, you can't.
To that point. You never know when you're going to be back here.
And the thing I shared with some people, I have these charts on my laptop. If you look and see what the Pacers have done over the last 30-plus years, the Atlanta Hawks, the Washington Wizards, the Philadelphia 76ers, the New York Knicks, all these teams would trade places with what the Pacers have accomplished. But tonight and Sunday, they're trying to accomplish something they've never accomplished before. And I still think there's a magical moment there. I really do.
Chris Denery and Terry Denery, enjoy the game tonight. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Jeremiah Johnson. Pacers TV, both of which here.
I'm sorry to hear that you're hobbled, but you know.
I'm a little bit hobbled. But
no one would know by listening that you're dealing with. He is taking it for the team.
I'm taking it for the team. I mean, this is because Tyrese is going to have a hell of a night, and I'm going to be lame for the next 6 months right here. So that's good, which is okay. I can be lame.
I'll
guys,
bring food once a week.
All right, we got you. Chris, JJ, hey, Terry, you're so awesome. I love Terry Denery right there. Michael Hangout, you and I are going to close the show coming up on the other side, the District 10 downtown. It is Michelob Ultra bringing us to you prior to the start of Game 6. It's a must-win situation. Michael and I recap and get you to the pregame show featuring Mark Boyle and Eddie Gill, as well as Pat Boyle coming up at the top of the hour. Don't go anywhere. 93.5, 107.5, The Fan.
Geeks, sluts, bloods, wastoids, dweebies, they all adore him. They think he's a righteous dude.
93.5 and 107.5, The Fan.
All right, got a few more minutes before we bail here on the District Tap. This sounds like Josh Chaffant. The song of the summertime in Central Indiana, my friends. Yes, sirs, from Danville, Indiana.
Yes, sirs.
I don't want this to end yet, guys. I don't. I do not want this to end. If I have to miss Simple Minds on Sunday night, so be it for game number 7. You do not want to see OKC celebrate in the building later on tonight. In top of the hour, Mark Boyle's got you covered along with Eddie Gill, who joined us a little bit earlier. That is the Pacer Radio Network pregame show. And then 30 minutes later, you got tip time for game number 6 of the NBA Finals and what has been a wild ride. The Pacers need to win to keep things going. Again, Michelob Ultra brings us to you at the District Tap downtown. Michael is the owner. Michael, you have been fantastic today.
Hey, just a little Hoosier hospitality tonight.
Moira's right next to me. Did you notice where she strategically sat? Have you noticed this?
Why is my girlfriend right between both of us? I don't know who's going to get in trouble more now.
I know, man. I know. She was asking me about my situation with the Achilles and or the calf situation I have. She was asking about that.
You know, she always likes taking on a project. I can
There's no doubt. I'm a huge Hey, dude, let me tell you what. The project that I am is incredible. Hey, Michael, tell everybody about tonight, and then obviously as we get into Friday and the weekend as well here at the District Tap downtown and Clearwater Crossing on the north side.
Hey, guys, I just want to say it's been a magical run. The Pacers, it is truly, you know, when was the last time? I was junior in high school, I think, the last time that we had a run this deep into the NBA playoffs. It's bringing back all kinds of memories. 6 years ago, we built the District Tap downtown. We've just celebrated our 10-year anniversary on the north side when a lot of people thought that we had some cursed location stuff going on. And it is truly wonderful to see where Indianapolis is today. The unity, everyone coming together. Doesn't matter what part of town you're from in this town. You're wearing something Pacers. You're high-fiving each other. You're having fun with each other. It's truly a beautiful thing.
Hey, Michael, too, the other thing you guys did was get past the storms last night.
We did.
Knocked out your internet.
We did. There's just so much good things going on. So, yeah, some lightning, some thunder. Knocked out our internet downtown last night. Actually, all of downtown lost its internet. They got the electricity back up. And it wasn't until literally about 1 minute into us having conversation or so that we went back to a full roster, full menu, full capacity, everything else. So there's a lot of beautiful things going on tonight. I think there's a lot of adversity that's being overcome right now.
Let's remind people, too, not just tonight. We know that the pregame party was here. The postgame party is going to be here. But you guys have incredible happy hour specials, too, brother.
No, absolutely we do. So during every weekday from 2 to 5 p.m., we've got $4 beers. We've got a good selection of food, $5 nachos, guacamole, stuff like that. Anyway, come on in. It's always a good time here at the District Tap, and there's nothing to be celebrating more than the potential of a Pacers championship. I'm going for Game 7 right now.
Right there with you, buddy.
Right now. We're going for Game 7.
Yes.
We're here to celebrate a Game 7.
Thanks for being just an awesome friend and partner to the show, man. Thank you very much.
Hey, love it. Thank you,
so Michael right here, Maura. Thank you very much. I'm sorry that your girlfriend is between us both right here.
Even more lovely, Moira.
Hey, he is.
Moira, what's your Instagram handle?
Great job. Dev, out of you. Thank you, everybody at the station, all of our guests today. Michelob Ultra, Zinc, and the District Tap. Pacer pregame on the inbound. Mark Boyle's going to lead you to the NBA Finals Game 6. I'll catch you at Victory Field tomorrow at 3, 93.5 and 107.5 The Fan. Have a great night and go Pacers.